Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon to our viewers and listeners at home, and welcome to another exciting edition of Itches and Voices. Itches and Voices is brought to you by NABVID, Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, a non-governmental organization that advocates for persons with disabilities in Edo State. For a week or two now, we've been talking on inclusive education, a very important topic in the disability community. Because education, as we all know, is a leveler for everybody, including children with disability. And to do justice to our hearing impaired community is our sign language interpreter, Goodluck Omosi. And our guest for today is a stakeholder in the disability community, and is one of the most familiar faces we have on Itches and Voices. Is Kingsley Okoje. Welcome to the program today.
It feels good to be on Itches and Voices, and it's a bit weird for me sitting on this side of the divide.
Yeah, not this seat today. Welcome again.
Thank you.
And yeah, so for a week or two now, we've been talking on education, inclusive education. I think it's a topic we can never get tired of talking about because of the importance of education. And so, as a stakeholder in this community for a couple of years now, what would you give as an overview of the current education situation in the disability community in Edo State?
Oh, in Edo State, it's safe to say that it's far from what it ought to be. We all know that currently, globally, what's trending is inclusive education as opposed to segregated or integrated education that we currently practice in Edo State, and other countries are moving towards inclusive education. And the whole essence is to ensure that no child is left behind, is to ensure that every child have a sense of belonging. I remember in my secondary school days, because that was some sort of integrated education. We had classes with our sighted counterparts, but we needed to go to a special resource room to write our text and our exams. And for the times we would be there and would not be in class, maybe just taking down our notes or writing our tests or exams, some students who will come and see us will say, why are you people writing your exams here? oh, probably they are giving you some level of preferential treatment, you know, and that made us feel some sort of way, because we will always get angry and say, no, it's the same thing you are answering in your class that we are answering here. But it would have been worse if they didn't see us in the same class with them. Seeing us with in the same class with them made them understand that we can compete with them at the same level. That's what inclusive education does. It also made us make a lot of friends amongst our sighted counterpart, and we didn't feel any different from the rest of them, and they felt they understood our situation and knew exactly what to do around us. That's what inclusive education does. But when you segregate us, you separate us from the rest, it creates some sort of inferiority complex. But away from that, I'm not so happy that in Edo State here, I'm struggling to know if there's any government that has come and had a specific policy for education for persons with disability. Take a simple thing as reasonable accommodation in education. For example, I recall that during the 80s, there was a government policy that said that once a child with visual impairment leaves the primary school, he's taken to a secondary school with boarding facility. And I remember that secondary school was called Benin Technical College. The boys were taken there, and the girls were taken to Idia College. Now, the reason why this policy existed as at then was because I'm sure the government as at that time saw the need to ensure that access to education would not be a challenge, would not be a reason why a child with disability stays at home. So they decided to allocate persons with disability to schools with boarding facility. So that simple adjustment in policy, that simple administrative policy made it possible for students with visual impairment to be able to access education. And I'm sure some of the big names you've interviewed on this program, I don't want to start mentioning names now, we are beneficiary of that policy, because if they had to pay for hostel accommodation, because as I learned as at then it was free, many of them were from poor parentage. Their parents would not be able to afford hostel accommodation. But because the policy made it mandatory that students with disability who are in boarding facility, the girls, like I said, went to Idia College, the boys went to Benin Technical College, that made a lot of persons with disability have access to education. But another government came and for whatever reason reversed that policy and said all students who graduate from their primary level should go to a day school with no boarding facility, and that policy has remained till today. So what you find now is that after primary education, a lot of students with disability just leave school, because don't forget, you only have one primary school for the blind designated here in Benin City. So what happens is that after the primary education, some of them cannot afford to be coming home, coming to school from their various local government, and as such they just stay back. So you start wondering, if a policy was meant to solve a problem, why reverse the policy to create more problem? Whereas other states have moved into a situation where they are expanding their boarding facilities in other schools to accommodate more persons with disability in different local government. So you don't have a situation whereby they are only housed in a particular local government. So they'll say, okay, in Oredu, for example, they pick a particular school, they make it inclusive. In Orion, they pick a particular school. But here in Edo State, it's not the same. Speaking specifically, students are made to go to Yogbe College. Yogbe College has no facility to house persons with disability. The girls are made to go to Idia College. Idia College has no boarding facility that can accommodate. The one they have is a private arrangement and is expensive. Most children with disability cannot access it. So it's a bit, I think it's something the government in Edo State needs to look into. As I speak right now, I cannot tell you what the Edo State government policy on special education is. This has nothing to do with this present day government.
Yeah.
It has been on for quite some time, and I think this government has the responsibility now to look into it and say, okay, you know what specific policy can we come up with to solve the issue of special education in Nigeria? The previous government did a bit. They came with Edo Best and Edo Best 2.0, but all of this educational program did not specifically address the needs, teaching and learning needs of students and pupils with disability in Edo State. So we are looking at the issue because if there's no access, persons with disability will be left out.
Yeah.
Access is key when it comes to the education of persons with disability. You have to even solve the issue of access first before you can even talk of inclusion. So that's what I think has been the major challenge in Edo State when you talk about special education. It's not just for the visually impaired. Same thing goes for those with hearing impairment. Another category of persons with disability.
Wow, thank you very much. That was very detailed. And then you mentioned something about students not being excluded with the old special education that is very different from inclusive education. To add to what you said, I think because one of the things we need to fund this, we need money, funds is needed. And I think that's the importance of integrated education. If every school is in different local government, teachers are trained and students with disabilities are in those schools, we will not need to build different schools that will be called special needs schools. We can train teachers.
Yeah, but I think it's not necessarily all about funding. Okay. That's why I mentioned reasonable accommodation. What is reasonable accommodation? Making administrative, procedural, environmental adjustments to accommodate persons with disability. I'll give you an example.
Okay.
I don't want to mention the higher institution now, but there's a higher institution in Edo State here. A girl got admission. She's on crutches. She got admission into the institution, and classes were usually fixed on the 3rd and 4th floor of that faculty. And most times she will have to rely on her fellow students to help her. They have to carry her like a bag of rice down the stairs, up and down the stairs for her to be able to attend classes. And it got to a point she just felt that, you know what, I'm done. I'm tired of people carrying me up. And because it tells on her dignity. It makes her, you know, she does not feel comfortable doing that because there are no ramps, there are no lifts. But what will a simple school administration do? That faculty, what would the faculty, the dean of that faculty, the management of that faculty, what would they do? They just think about reasonable accommodation to say, you know what, we don't have the money to build RAM now, but we can make some procedural and administrative or an environmental adjustment.
Yes.
Any class that will have this girl or persons with disability should take place on the ground floor. That does not require so much money to do.
Exactly.
Just like I talked about reasonable accommodation in terms of policy. It was a policy that said, you know what, any school that has boarding facility, that's where we'll fix students with disability. And that has taken care, because that's what's happening in Lagos. In Lagos, you have what they call Peshili School for the Blind. It's a boarding facility at the primary level. Once people graduate from there, the boys goes to King's College, while the girls go to Queen's College. That is how it ought to be in any other state. You look for a place that has accommodation that can house persons with disability. So sometimes it's not about funding. Funding is key, but sometimes it's about just making simple administrative adjustment, environmental adjustment to accommodate persons with disability.
That's actually what I'm saying. Instead of thinking about building a separate school or for students with disability, if they are integrated into the schools we have currently, and then those adjustments are being made, there will not really be need to want to create a separate school. Because now some people might think, okay, so students with disabilities should not be integrated into schools with children without disabilities. But if those adjustments are made, it will be way easier. It will.
Well, for that, I would say that it's a gradual process.
Oh, okay.
At the primary level, you cannot just introduce inclusive education where you just take a child with disability to a regular school and start practicing inclusive education immediately. It will have to take some level of progression for you to achieve to achieve that, because inclusive education has its technicality.
Okay.
And but to get there is to start by laying the blocks. So for instance, let's have, you know, decentralize the schooling. Why will a child from Akoko Edo come all the way from Akoko Edo to Oredo to access education? There should be a school in Akoko Edo that can accommodate children with disability. Same in Orion, same in Ovia. You know, at least if you decentralize it that way, we are starting from somewhere. I recall that Navid developed a roadmap or a blueprint for inclusive education.
Yes.
It has a short-term, medium, and long-term plan to achieve inclusive education. And I recall we presented this document to the immediate past administration. I'm hoping that government is a continuum, that this government will go back to that document and see how they can adopt it, make any adjustment they want to make, and make inclusive education a reality.
Yes, and I think the name of that document is Distress. Yes,
okay,
yes, that is the name.
Yeah.
And then I want to take us a bit backward to where you started from. Let's talk about the emotional part. You mentioned how your counterparts, your cited counterparts in school, they were able to integrate, like understand you better and all that. Can you tell us the experience and how to at least let the people understand the importance of not just separating students?
Well, I mean, it's that you can't. One of the things that helps in inclusive education is that when you are raising children, and from primary level, they can see persons with disability in their class. It makes it normative. So they don't see person with disability tomorrow and feel like, oh, it's one strange thing they are saying. From the very foundation, they've already started, you know, associating with children with disability in their classes. They are taught to support, to assist. And so imagine a child from that level who has been taught to assist a child with disability, maybe group learning, doing group work, and that child grows into a level of leadership tomorrow. Having stayed in an environment that has persons with disability, in formulating policy, he will think disability.
Very true.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but because a lot of persons have been detached from that reality, so when they find themselves in position of authority, disability is not a component that comes to their mind. It's something that is secondary. You have to do a lot of advocacy to make them remember that, oh, there are persons with disability, they are there, they exist. But if it's something that has been driven into their consciousness, because the government has a deliberate policy to make the classroom inclusive. So whether you are a child with disability or a child without disability, from primary level, you are associating, you are mixing up with a child with disability, it helps the orientation of that child, and not just the child without disability, even those of us with disability. If we mingle early enough, it takes away the issue of inferiority complex. It takes away the issue of lack of confidence. And I'm just using different words, but I mean the same thing. You know, so it helps you to integrate proper, and it builds your confidence.
And I think that's one of the reasons why now, not just on education, that's one of the reasons why I appreciate NAVID, because before coming into NAVID, there were a lot of things I did not know. There were a lot of stereotypes that I had in my head. And it shows how far, although it's getting better, the society is when it comes to the matter of disability. That's why this thing you just said is very, very true. Now let's dive a bit into some of the gaps, because now we cannot keep talking without mentioning some of the specific gaps that you think we have currently in education in the disability community. So if I should ask, what are some of the gaps that we're experiencing currently that you think the government should come to our aid on?
I think I would pick on the issue of assistive device, because in terms of teaching and learning, assistive device is very, very useful. And some of these assistive devices, they don't come cheap. You see, the whole essence of government or governance for me is to alleviate the plight of the masses. And so that's why subsidy is a big deal. That's why government all over the world subsidize certain things to make it affordable and accessible for their populace. There's no reason why, if you go to the United States, if you go to Great Britain, assistive devices are subsidized for citizens with disability. But in this country, it's not so. There are some assistive devices that's as expensive as £4,000, £3,000. I mean, convert that to Naira. You know what that means. So a lot of persons with disability cannot afford this assistive device, and that makes learning a bit difficult. I see no reason. This is why I talk about making certain policy statements. There's no reason why a child with disability, as soon as you're graduating from primary school, you're going into secondary school, as a matter of very, very urgent policy, government should make it mandatory. As you are going into your secondary school, as long as you're a child with a disability, you are handed a laptop. Because this is not the time and age where a child with disability, particularly those who are visually impaired, will have to rely on typewriter. Typewriter is way back, you understand? So you're handed a laptop. Because in any case, when budgetary allocation is made for education, one of the challenges is that when you look into that budgetary allocation for education, little or nothing is provided for special or inclusive education. Why? We should have budgetary allocation for education, and within that budgetary allocation, specific money reserved to cater for specific needs of persons with disability, and some of which should include assistive device for persons with disability, laptops, hearing aids, visual instructional materials for those with hearing, hearing impairment. I mean, I go to some deaf school and I'm surprised that they don't have visual aids to aid their learning. And you know that for a deaf person, visualizing what they learn is very important. And you put them in a school that has no light, that has no visual learning material. So what quality of education is that deaf child receiving? The education is definitely going to be poor. Now you have a child who is visually impaired in a world that has evolved, in a tech world, and there are no laptops for that child to start learning, even from primary 5. You understand? Yes. What type of learning is that child getting? It's zero. He moves to secondary school, he moves to the university, he's struggling to get a laptop. Whereas for a sighted counterpart, all he needs is a pen and paper. But for a blind child, he needs a laptop. It's very important. But not many persons with disability can afford a laptop. It's expensive, and that's where government comes in. Subsidize some of these things for the community of persons with disability so that they can have access to education. So I think the issue of assistive device, making it affordable for persons with disability, is a big gap. Then in terms of infrastructure, and this is at the tertiary level, because I'm quite familiar with that level, I find it very curious why a center of excellence, a university that is an eye tower, that's a citadel of knowledge, that should be an example of an ideal society. The university environment should be a template of how a functioning environment should be. And you walk into the university, you see that there are no accessible infrastructure for people with disability. Those on wheelchair, those on crutches, buildings are designed in such a way that they can have no access. Imagine I'm on a wheelchair, or I use crutches, and I'm in a university. I can't go and see my lecturer. Someone have to carry me because the way the buildings are structured. And these are professors, people with PhD. I don't know, when they design this building, how come they don't think disability? Now you are building toilets in schools. You are not thinking of designing the toilet such a way that there will be a child with disability that will come to stay in this hostel. Let's design toilets such a way that those on wheelchair, on crutches can access the toilet. Let's design the sink such a way that someone in a wheelchair can use the sink. Let's design the door in a way that someone on a wheelchair can open. These are little things you expect that the university should take the lead in designing such an environment that is inclusive. But you go to most of these universities, you see third form building structures everywhere, and they build structure, they don't take persons with disability into consideration. So sometimes I wonder, so if you have a vice chancellor, for example, in the course of his work, has an accident and is wheelchair bound, is the vice chancellor going to resign his work? Or a lecturer suddenly becomes wheelchair bound? Are you saying the lecturer should resign? So we must create a society that accommodates everybody. And some of these things does not take so much. It just takes common sense and realizing that this environment is not just for you alone. Yes. It's an environment that should accommodate and that should fit all. And that is why we often say that a society that is fit for one is a society that is fit for all. And no nation can claim civilization if you leave a segment of your society behind.
Wow, that is it. You ended it to a very interesting word. And every single thing you said is very, very true and very, very accurate. And I think because we're running out of time, I would want you to maybe, is there a closing word that you can put out there to the government, even maybe not just the government, people that are in position to help and make education more accessible for students with disability? Is there any word, any statement you'd like to put out there?
I would say, when we talk about this thing, it's like we are begging for government to do what they ought to do. Education is, when you make this thing accessible and affordable for us, you're not doing us a favor. It's our right, and our right is our life, because the only leveler for persons with disability is education. And once we are denied education, how do you deny us education? It's when you are making policies and you don't make those policies inclusive. It's when you are providing for education and you say, oh, we want to buy textbooks and notebooks for schools. But are you thinking, we are buying textbooks and notebooks. What about persons with disability? How are they going to access their material? What material also suit them? When you are building that school, do you think, oh, there might be a child on a wheelchair that will come to this school? Let's make ramps available for those buildings. When you are structuring a building in your university environment, do you think persons with disability? These little things matter. And I think it's high time we started to look at this area and make our environment more accessible and more inclusive for persons with disability. And in Edo State, my beloved state, I think we should take borrow a leaf from what other states are doing. If you look at within the Southwest, they've moved ahead in terms of, I'll use the word that we normally use, special education, even though we like to use inclusive education now. They move ahead. Education over there is more accessible, it's more inclusive for persons with disability. Here in Edo State was once Bende State. Midwest Bende State. So we are an old state. So we should take the lead in the South when it comes to special education in Edo State. I think in the South it's only University of Calabar that has a department for special education. I know Uniben is trying to work on something, but it's not a full-fledged department. We need to have a full-fledged department of special education in University of Benin that will provide the manpower for special education teachers within the South region. This is very important. And I want to use this opportunity to call on the Vice Chancellor, the great Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, to do something to look at that area, to ensure that we have a functioning department of special education so that we can produce special teachers, that will serve Edo State and the South region of Nigeria.
Wow, thank you so very much, sir. And I think if there is anything we are going to take home today is the fact that all of this is not pleading, it is a right. And when persons with disability are given their rights, they are given a chance to live like each and every one of us. Oh, it has been an amazing time in the studio today with Kingsley Okoje.
And I must say you've done a good work by wearing my shoes, and it fits perfectly.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And of course, we've come to an end to this edition for this week, and you'll be joining us next week Friday where we'll continue. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. Thank you.
RTV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Abandonment of wife and children remains a growing concern in our Nigerian society. We're looking at the social, legal concerns, and outside the emotional trauma it comes with, the financial burden, the other challenges that could be associated with it. How can we resolve this, tackling it headlong? We started with a part 1 series last week, and we promised that we're going to be bringing you a part 2 of wife abandonment alongside the children. And basically we look at this and how we can tackle this headlong. And all of this has been an issue that many homes are suffering today. What is the responsibility of the husband, father in a home? And if the husband or father leaves the home, abandoning the responsibilities, what could be the consequence? Well, looking at the part 2 series, I still have the legal luminary with me, Emmanuel Obapolo. Big thanks for still being here.
It's a pleasure being here.
My name is Philip Omogyupo. Well, we interrogate this looking at the ADRO, because I understand the fact that there could be other ways, mechanisms that we can seek help in tackling the challenges that the wife and children could be faced with as a result of the abandonment by the husband. Okay, so how can we appropriate a definition of ADRO as it relates to this?
Okay, ADR is simply means alternative dispute resolution, and by its meaning, literally, it means that it is another form of dispute, of resolving dispute without necessarily going through the traditional courtroom system. That's just what ADR means. Some persons could best describe it as settlement between parties or amongst parties without the traditional courtroom system. That is ADR.
Okay,
and the court does encourage ADR.
Okay, we understand that basically for us to kickstart resolution, it's not really always a common practice for sufferers or victims to head to the court. But again, how effective is this ADRO?
ADR is very effective, and it helps or assists to lessen the burden on the courts. ADR, just now like I did say from the outset, that the court does encourage alternative dispute resolution to matters that are even pending in court, where the court encourage the parties to go and resolve themselves or resolve whatever is the issue or issues between them or amongst them. And by so doing, most times the matter is resolved, they come back to court for court to give it a consent judgment in most times. So the ADR is very necessary just now, particularly in the 21st century that we find ourselves or that we are living in just now. I think ADR is a better means of resolving matter, because by the time the party themselves and whoever is the middleman that resolve the matter come to an amicable settlement or amicable resolution of whatever has been the issue or issues between or amongst them, I think it is better for them, and it promotes unity, it promotes friendship, and it promotes goodness amongst the persons.
What institutions constitute ADRO channels?
Well, ADR, we have types of ADR. One, we have what is called negotiation. Negotiation is a process where the parties themselves, without necessarily involving a third party,
like the husband and the wife,
a mediator,
okay,
as the case may be,
all right,
they resolve themselves in an amicable manner, and where they think they want to make it a binding document with respect to the negotiation that they've arrived at, they can now seek for an expert, and that by so doing will lead to another type of alternative dispute resolution, which is known as expert determination. The expert is a person
who is a professional in a particular field or profession or career, and that expert will guide the parties to an amicable resolution, wherein upon the resolution of whatever is the issue between them, it will now reduce it to writing, and it will have a binding force between or amongst the parties.
Okay, but I understand the fact that if we look at it, the ADRO channel in resolving disputes that has to do with abandonment of wife and children, we may be having some constraints. Some have already critiqued that if the judgment or if the decisions taken at that level could be binding enough that one can also use for litigation, peradventure that channel fails. So how binding is such decisions?
Most times, ADR is binding between or amongst the parties when it is reduced into writing, and the parties themselves agree to whatever resolution they have arrived at is binding on them. If a party violates the resolution that has been reached between or amongst them, that document can now be filed in court so that it will have a binding force by the court.
We have dispute resolutions like within the families, for instance, where the extended family can come in and resolve. How effective is that?
Well, it is effective because that is the traditional way of settling matters or issues amongst parties, as the case may be. And before now, families, where it has to do with matrimonial matters, whether it is marriage under the Act or marriage under the native law and custom, we have seen how families were able to resolve the parties. And it becomes binding because where the family toe the line of truth and justice,
exactly.
we arrive at an amicable settlement of whatever is the resolution between or amongst the parties. But where there is an atom or a concern of bias, that is where you begin to find out that the parties will begin to frown at whatever resolution they have arrived at. Even in court judgment, there are situations where because the court is not a magician, the court is not where the parties have been. The court is not privy to whatever has been the issue between the parties. It is what the parties bring to court that the court will now look at and evaluate and arrive at whatever decision the court arrives at. And we've seen where people will say, oh, this court judgment, I am not in agreement with it. And that is why the law, particularly the Constitution, provide for an alternative route, which is for the person to go upstairs, and we'll see appeals and counter appeals. And even just now, we have seen, particularly in election petition matters, even when the Supreme Court arrive at the judgment, people still frown at it. The parties, their well-wishers and privies and surrogates, they begin to talk about it. But the good thing is that you don't have any other place to go but to go to the court of public opinion. It becomes mere opinion and not a binding force.
Well, we're looking at this, but let's look at where some spouses could be dominant. While we could have some spouses that may not be dominant, where you just made mention of it that there could be situations that will bring about bias, in all of this. Now, what can you say is the most effective way to resolve issues under this branch of abandonment of wife and children, looking at the ADR?
Most importantly, to my mind, I think the best way, alternative to resolving matrimonial matters, captured, be it abandonment of wife and children, be it abandonment of husband and children, whichever form or manner it takes, I think the traditional way of resolution of issues between or amongst parties should be the appropriate way. And
But some have found at it.
Yes.
Some have said that some families could be biased and take side with the man, for instance, because if you look at the traditional setting in Africa, the man seems to always have his way in everything. And he's seen as the head of the home, and he's seen as someone who can never do wrong, even though there are skirmishes or features of him, going against the rules that binds the relationship. So in that case, don't you see some gaps that could be closed?
When we talk of marriage now, we are looking at the two types of marriage or marriages that we have. One, marriage under the act. Two, marriage under the native law and custom. And if you look at the traditional way of resolution of issues amongst parties, most times it favors marriage under native law and custom. And that is why those who have advocated for resolution of matrimonial matters have advocated that most times the alternative dispute resolution favors, more importantly, marriage under native law and custom. And by so doing, it is also in public domain that the resolution of marriage under native law and custom seem to favor the man more than the woman. And why is because most times the woman may be asked to refund the bride price paid on her head by the man. And when that is done, it is deemed that that marriage has died a natural death, or that marriage can no longer exist between the parties. But nobody seems to ask the question of what next? What compensation should also be given to the woman? Well, all toes towards a direction. And that direction, to my mind, seems to be that Africa is a man's world. But when you look at marriage under the act, and marriage under the act seem also to favor the woman, because even upon the issuance of the certificate, particularly where the marriage is conducted in the church, and I've also witnessed marriages under the act in a ministry of what do you call this ministry now? Interior. Okay. Is it Ministry of Interior? Yes, correct. Ministry of Interior. I've witnessed some of them. Even the issuance of the certificate is to the woman. She's given to keep the certificate. What that simply means is that the certificate is her property. You get it? And the certificate also is a license for her protection. So, we're saying, anytime that there is...
So the certificate is a weapon of defense?
Yes, for our protection.
Okay.
So when there is, maybe that's why in some situations where there is crisis between the parties, you see the woman talking louder because she seems to have the weapon of protection in her custody.
Under the statutory act.
Under the marriage under the act, or what is called, also called statutory marriage. So you cannot say that there is a divide. Marriage under the act seems to favor the woman. Marriage under native law and custom seems to favor the man. Then where we have a situation where both parties contract marriage under the act and marriage under native law and custom, we have made to understand that the marriage under the act seems to swallow the marriage under native law and custom. And that is why in such situation where there is dispute and they choose to go to court, the court now has jurisdiction over that matter, and the question of marriage under native law and custom will not arise. So dispute resolution, the court can now look at it and see how, based on the facts before the court, evaluate same and come up with an appropriate or a proper judgment.
Okay. We'll take a short break this day. Good to have you join us once more. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omo-Gupon. I still have the legal practitioner with me, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Thank you for being here.
Pleasure.
Well, let's look at another aspect where it could be considered in the direction of the welfare of the children, for instance, and taking a child outside wedlock. Can we say such a child can also enjoy such proportionate support from the laws?
Yes, it depends. It is yes, and it is also no. Now, marriage contracted under the Act, where the child is gotten before that marriage, what the man needs to do is what the law refers to as acknowledgement. He needs to acknowledge that child to his spouse and family members. And where he doesn't, such child could be deemed illegitimate. But in our setting, particularly the African atmosphere, no child is illegitimate. No child. Particularly where a man, after contracting marriage under the Act or statutory marriage, and goes outside to carry out what I call
Extramarital.
what I call satellite campuses and have other children. The question now will be, will those children be legitimate children?
Would they enjoy the rights?
Would they enjoy such rights? The answer also is a yes and a no. But the man must have acknowledged those children in the presence of members of his family.
So acknowledgement is the basis for giving them that right, for them to be endowed with.
Yes, is the qualification.
Otherwise, they won't be
They
entitled.
remain whoever they are.
Illegitimate.
Yes.
But you said under the African setting, for instance,
No child is
illegitimate.
And by virtue of the provision of Section 42, subsection 2,
But shouldn't that be also the way forward? Because if we are to look at reforms in the direction of giving rights to children, it isn't the blame wouldn't be on the child if the father refuses to acknowledge. And so by virtue of that, shouldn't there be reforms in our laws where, whether by acknowledgement or not, as long as a child is born and is determined to see that the child is the father is the biological father of such a child, shouldn't that be the way forward for reforms?
the question
So that the child can enjoy the rights, whether being acknowledged or not.
The question will be, how do you determine whether the child is the biological child of that person, particularly where the person is deceased?
DNA test, of course, we have that.
You see the process. However, Section 42, subsection 2 of the extant Nigerian Constitution prohibits the illegitimacy of any person.
Exactly.
Of any person. You cannot, by his state of birth or statute, now determine the legitimacy or illegitimacy of
Or deny the child of legitimacy.
of his rights. You cannot by that. But you know,
So we have such laws. Is that what you're
yes,
saying?
Section 42, subsection 2. It guarantees the safety of that child.
So
with
in a
respect to
situation where a father, for instance, denies such a child acknowledgement, can that child exercise such litigation in court?
Yes, and it is going to be
Can that child exercise such right in court?
right. That child can, but you know the process that the child is going to go through, because there's going to be a lot of hurdles for him to cross, particularly where the people begin to ask so many questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who is your mother? Where is your mother? How did you get to know so and so and so is your father? Okay, if that is the case, let us go and do DNA test. And you know that process must first be completed, must first be determined before you cannot say, okay, is a legitimate child of our brother.
Okay, but
So that a stranger will not come and claim legitimacy where he ought not to belong to that family.
Okay, are you bringing a consideration where the man could be deceased?
Yes,
Is that what
that's
you're
where the man is.
Otherwise, if the man is
If
not
the man
deceased,
is not diseased,
it's just a wrong
fine.
DNA test.
Yes,
if he denies it.
It is even the paternity question of that child will be from the man and not from anyone else. But where the paternity question, where the man is diseased, the paternity question will now come from members of the family and probably the wife. And you know the woman must ask that question.
But when we have a challenge where the man refuses to acknowledge or recognize that the child, he is the legitimate father of such a child, what happens?
Thank God for science. DNA will solve the question. That the question of the legitimacy of that child or the paternity.
Is the man bound
that
by any
child.
obligation to surrender himself for a DNA? Doesn't he have the right?
He's bound by
Doesn't he have the right
he must
to refuse?
as
from-
long as the child says you are my father, and the child gives reasons that will bring the question of who owns this child from the evidence presented by the child, the man is bound to subject himself
How?
to DNA.
How is he bound? By the virtue of the fact
You
that
know the DNA says-
the so-called son is saying that he is the father?
Yes.
Peradventure now denies. I said he's not. I'm not your father.
How can he?
So what could happen to make the man to be bound by the act
I am
to
not.
surrender himself for a paternity test?
The child could go to court.
Exactly.
Can institute an action in court against the supposed father. And the court will grant his request for a paternity test, that the man should subject himself to DNA test to determine the paternity of the child. He has that right.
I said that to say this because most times we have such strong-headed men that will say no matter whose ox is God, they will want to go through that test because probably they know themselves that they must have committed one act or the other that brought about such incidents, you know. But going forward, what could be the reforms? Like a challenge where some have raised, a question that was raised. If the woman, for instance, suffers neglect emotionally, could the court also address that aspect where compensations can be made for the woman who was neglected by the spouse, even though after the remedy has been done, comes in and takes care of the financial obligation? But what about the emotional neglect? Can such a woman seek redress in court in that direction?
Yes. Like I did say, the Violent Against Persons Prohibition Acts provide for that. I know that could be that is criminal. It means that the man is going to go through a criminal trial
For a man to leave his wife,
yes,
for allowing her to go through such emotional trauma,
yes,
the man could be charged for that.
yes, and
Not
guilty.
abandoning financially or the financial burden, no. Just emotional, as in abandoning her, not even sleeping with her.
Emotionally. The woman
Can the man be charged to court for that?
Yes, it can be charged. It's an abandonment. It can be charged. If you know that you just keep her and you don't want it, what you need to do, you file for divorce. You file for divorce.
So it's the responsibility
And
of
you
the
know,
man to play his role in that
as a
relationship.
responsible father.
Otherwise, if he fails to play his role, the woman can sue.
Yes, as a responsible father or a responsible husband, you need to do the need.
What if the man says he's not in the mood?
It's not in the mood. Then
He's
file for
never,
divorce.
he's never in the mood to be close to the
Then
woman.
file for divorce, and not to just keep her and abandon her. And probably, and you know, in such situation where emotionally you abandon the other spouse, then the possibility of abandoning her financially is also there. Is that it must be tied to it. Every form of responsibility that you ought to take with respect to the spouse, you withdraw them and neglect the spouse.
We've seen
Then the
men.
spouse.
We've seen men. You know, we can't place a number on it, but let's say majority or 50% of men, or less than that, anyways, that go about on extramarital relationships, even when they know that they are married to the woman legally under the act. what does the law have to say in such situations where men, go denigrate their marriage vows and go into extramarital relationships, affairs? Does the law frown at such?
Frowns at it, and it's clear, very, very clear. The only thing is that if the woman does not cry out, who knows? Who will hear it? So not until
it takes the woman to
cry out. And by crying out, I mean,
and show evidences.
Yes, by crying out
that the husband has a side chick. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Not another woman in put in a matrimonial will. We're looking at just a side chick. There's no
satellite campus.
Of course, yes. So which means the man can't do that.
Yes. The woman can.
The law frowns against the man to have extramarital relationship. Wow.
That is bigamy. It's the offense of bigamy. So the woman can institute an action against the man.
What could be the point?
But in our setting, just like I did say, that this African atmosphere favors the man, so it presents a man's world. But then the law has made provisions for remedy to cushion such steps taken by the man.
It's left for the women to take actions on these laws.
But the question again is, how many of them have that orientation?
But exactly why the program is here.
Yes.
Exactly why we have such a program, to give them such orientation and let them know their right. But if you know your right as a citizen, as a woman, then it equips you to defend yourself legally. But you know, looking at the challenges you are facing in your matrimonial home.
But you know, some persons could even look at programs like this and say, let me put it in our local parlance. Don't mind them, they just want to spare marriages. You hear people waiting that they talk there now, just now. Some persons could, particularly the men folk, will frown at that and say, what are they talking about? Don't mind them, they are jobless people. What is law? You understand? But most women are going through hell even in their matrimonial home.
All right.
Maybe because they don't have the orientation. 1. 2, maybe because their family background. 3, maybe because they just want to keep the marriage at all costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel Obapolo. Thank you so much. So I'm afraid there's much we can take on today's episode. Well, this is just to equip you with the laws as a weapon that you have, as your rights, that any situation you find yourself that seems to be unfavorable in your matrimony, you equip yourself with these opportunities given by the law to seek redress in court and make sure that you get justice. We have various institutions, under the ADRO. We also have the court, under the Statutory Act, that can also help to marshal such, considerations in order for you to get justice. So if you have any challenges, it's just for you to approach the court, and then that can be done. But before we go, how can such a process be started in 30 seconds?
If it is under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act or the Criminal Code or Penal Code, as the case may be, is to report the matter to the police.
Okay.
And the police investigate and charge.
Or you get a lawyer. When can a lawyer come in?
A lawyer is when you want to institute the matter in court under Civil Matrimonial Causes Act, under matrimonial causes. So you approach a lawyer who will now help to institute the matter in court.
All right, thank you. This is a very huge topic and very sensitive at that. We will continue to interrogate it to make sure that you get justice in this direction. I am Philip Omo Gyupong. We'll see you on the next episode. Bye for now.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television. I'm your host, Al-Aji Al-Amin Alao. Inshallah, today we have another very interesting topic to treat. It's going to be an interactive session with Malam Nuruddin Asunugi. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum, viewers.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, we are looking at the topic importance of Hajj. Importance of Hajj. Because we are currently in the month of Dhul Qadr, the 11th month in the Islamic calendar, the lunar calendar, the Hijra calendar, and the previews have been ellipted. Some have already gone, preparatory to the Hajj rites, which will inshallah commence on the 8th of Dhul Hijjah. Will now culminate to the Eid al-Adha festival on the 10th of Dhul Hijjah. We are looking at the importance of Hajj. Malam Nuruddin Asunugi, what is Hajj? And why is Hajj important?
Hajj is a pilgrimage, a visit that a worshipper who professes the deen of Islam make unto Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whereas it is true that Allah is ubiquitous, is everywhere, but one becomes his special guest when one goes to the Holy Land in the month of Hajj, the specific period for Hajj. He becomes a visitor, and the host to this visitor is the creator of the heavens and earth. In a nutshell, that's what Hajj means. When you migrate physically, mentally, spiritually, the totality of you gravitates in a particular direction, the direction of visiting and being played host to by your own maker. So it explains why the one who goes does not just go. You go on invitation because you get invited. It doesn't matter how stupendously rich you are. You will not go. You won't find the need to go. You won't find the interest to go if that invitation is not there. But once the invitation comes, which is irresistible, one becomes a guest, as it were, an honored guest to the Lord of Majesty.
Thank you very much. Ibrahim alayhi salam was told to proclaim the pilgrimage to men, and they will come on every means of transportation, including camels, lean on account of journey. You now wonder when Ibrahim alayhi salam made that call, how many people will hear his voice, even though there was no amplifier to magnify his voice. But we are told that those of us who are in the world of souls, those who answer the call of Ibrahim alayhi salam, will definitely attend the Hajj. Some scholar went further to say that if you answer the call 2 times, you attend the Hajj 2 times. And if you answer the call 5 times, you attend the Hajj 5 times. And so on and so forth. In summary, we have been told that Hajj is pilgrimage to the Holy Land of Makkah. And that the host is Almighty Allah. And if you look at the house that we visit, the sacred house, the Holy Kaaba. First, I'm saying in the tradition that if you want to talk of journeying to a particular mosque, then you have 3 of them. The Holy Kaaba in Makkah, then the Masjid Nabawi in Medina, and then of course the one in Jerusalem. And so the Holy Kaaba in particular is located in Makkah, and the Kaaba has a lot of names. One of them is Al-Kaaba, and then another one is called the Baytul Haram, the sacred house is called Baytullah, the house of Allah, Al-Baytul Atiq, and so on and so forth. It's also called the Qibla. That is the direction that we face when we observe the prayer. Prophet Islam said in one tradition that 120 blessings descend on the Kaaba on daily basis. That's 60 for those who are circumambulating around the Kaaba, go around it, performing tawaf. 40 for those performing salat, and the remaining 20 for those who are mainly looking at the Holy Kaaba. Now, importance of Hajj. Now, when we attend Hajj, is Hajj one of the pillars of Islam? And then how many times is it compulsory on us? And how many times must we perform the Hajj? Then what are some of the rites that we perform? Let's start with the first one, the Tawaf.
Hajj is a pillar, a fundamental pillar of Islam, which will be required of you if you have the means and there were no limitations to perform and you refuse to do so. It is a fundamental pillar. It is that pillar where you find a coalescence of all of the other practices that you get involved in that are the pillars of Islam. So it becomes a core pillar, a central pillar. When you go on Hajj, the very first thing that the intending pilgrim is required to do is to form an intention, because the Prophet ﷺ tells us every action is predicated or runs on the wheels of intention. It is that which you have intended that Allah rewards. And so if the intention is immaculate, if the intention is noble, it will mean that you'll be richly rewarded. There will be no action if not preceded by intention that gets any reward. So you don't just do it because you saw others do it. In this wise, it had to be intended that I intend to do this lillahi, for the sake of Allah and not for any other purpose. It is not for self-aggrandizement. It is not for massaging of ego. It is not for the accumulation of titles. As to the number of times one should go on Hajj, you go as many as Allah makes it possible for you. Because every Hajj that you go, if the very first Hajj had meaning for you, what subsequent Hajj would do for you is that they would deepen the significance of that which you have gained in the very first Hajj that you went. When you live with that intention that I'm going on Hajj, you are not going to go there as a mendicant. That is one who will have to sponge on the goodwill or scholarship of some other persons. So you go prepared, materially, spiritually, and physically. You just get to prepare. These tripods are consequential when it comes to the journey on Hajj. And you do not leave those who are your dependents impecunious just because you want to carry out Hajj. They must have a standard that is not diminished as a consequence of your decision to go on Hajj. You maintain them, live for them, that which will make them feel comfortable. So intention, like we said, is the very first thing you do. When you get to the point that is referred to as the mikot, the point where the individual is required for a male pilgrim to now do away with all of the flamboyancy of this world. You go into 2 pieces of sewn white dress that is called a ram. Regardless of your status in society, whether you are His Excellency, This Excellency, whether you are your Royal Majesty or your Royal whatever, whether you are a slave in the court of His Majesty, for as long as you are a male, all of you would put on this attire, an attire that makes the poor and the rich, the high, regardless of what your position is in social stratification, bleed into one another in a way that becomes indistinguishable. You can't tell the slave from the master. You can't tell the parvenu from the one who lives a necessitous life. It becomes a leveler. The only distinguishing factor would not be the depth of the spirituality, the depth of the connection of those individuals. Unfortunately for us, that is only measured by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. No human being has the capacity for measuring that. When you put the ihram, you begin to chant, "Oh Allah, here I am, I have answered your call, I have done this." You proceed to Makkah. Once you have taken the ihram, you proceed to Makkah. When you get to Makkah, where you do one of the first major rites, is to do the circumambulation. You do that 7 times around the Kaaba, putting the starting point to your left as you move anti-clockwise. You do that 7 times. When you are done, there is a spot where the father of faith, Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, had done the sujood of shukra, appreciating Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the opportunity, the privilege to have been used as the vessel for all of this. So you do your own supplication. When you are done with the circumambulation of the Kaaba, you go to the Sa'i and Marwa, where you do that journey between the Mountain Sa'i and Marwa. You do that while you apply mild speed. Then when you get to the center point, I mean, you are not too forceful, but when you get to a point that is taken as the center, you apply some force. Then you do that to fro until you are able to record 7 times. You go and do some shaving of the hair, maybe little cut, and if you are combining your umrah and your hajj, you keep the ihram until it is the time for the rites for hajj. But if you are doing separation of hajj and umrah, you could remove, but that will warrant you or necessitate you doing slaughtering, whether you are when you are in Makkah or when you ultimately return. Allahu Alam.
Thank you very much. As we are looking at the topic importance of hajj, pilgrimage to the Holy Land, Baitul Atiq, Baitullah, the house of Allah. And it's compulsory once in a lifetime for those who have the means. If you have the means, of course, if Allah permits, you can go more than once in a lifetime. We have been told some of the rites of hajj. The ihram, a leveler, when everybody puts on the same attire. Put on slippers, so don't wear shoe there. Then 2 unsewn pieces of cloth for the men. Women are allowed to wear their normal garments, of course. Some rules are relaxed on hajj. If you are full jilbab, you don't attend your hajj with full jilbab. It's on hajj. When you get to the Makkah, you see that even in the Holy Kaaba, you can pray in the same area, even with the female. These are all relaxed rules. And of course, we all do the tawaf, going at the Kaaba together. I can see how women are honored. The sa'i, the running between Safa and Marwa, is to emulate what Hajara was doing in search of water for Ismail alayhi salam. When Ibrahim alayhi salam left them, she was searching for water. Eventually, the Zemzem water surfaced and she had water to take care of the baby. So you do this when you also attend the Hajj. Most of the rites of Hajj are done to commemorate what happened at the time of Ibrahim alayhi salam. And then when you have done your sa'i, after doing your tawaf, you stand at the teaching of Ibrahim alayhi salam, Maqam Ibrahim, as they have told us, you observe to kind of feel there. Then let's now go forward again. Among the rites of Hajj, you have the standing at Arafat. Prophet said in one tradition that Arafat is Hajj, meaning that if you miss the Arafat, you have missed your Hajj. You cannot say, "Oh, let me slaughter them," or "let me observe some fast." Once you have missed Arafat, you have missed Hajj. That explains why those who are sick, they make sure they attend the Hajj. Some are brought the Arafat, some are brought there on stretcher. So from the 8th day of the Hijjah, you move down to Mina. From Mina, you go to Arafat. You see your Zuhr and Ashr at Arafat. At sunset, you leave, go to Muzdalifah. Muzdalifah, no tent, nothing. On plain ground. You sleep on plain ground and pick your pebbles, which you throw at the Satan. Now, in Muzdalifah, no tent, no AC, no room, nothing at all. What lesson do we learn from that?
Well, Hajj is supposed to be a leveler. when you look at Hajj, what it summons your attention to is the day when all would stand in judgment before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, where whatever you have in terms of material things will pay into insignificance. They will absolutely have no meaning. Regardless of how cold, I recall in 2004, it was horrible. The cold there was horrible, life-threatening. Cold as it was, you are prevented from covering your head when you are still on your ihram in Muzdalifah. Plain ground. You could hear the whistling of the breeze, chilling breeze, worse than what you would experience if you were in a morgue. And so everybody had to go through that experience. Equal. Spread your mat wherever you find space, you lie. You can't cover your head. You can't wear shoes that will warm your legs because you are not supposed to wear shoes, plain slippers and stuff like that. So it is just to say, hey, we won afterwards. We are just one. It is to humble you, regardless of who you are. Humble the one who is stupendously rich, and to communicate a message to the one who is poor, that the one you deify is no different from you. All that had happened before now is a function of your mindset. If you had redirected your mindset, if you had appropriated your story and don't tell it from within the context of some other person's story, the wretchedness, the misery that you feel when you lose the capacity for vulnerability and begin to see yourself from the context or the lens of another person, all that would never have happened. So Muzdalifah enables you, is an enabler, a potentiator that enable you, that gets activated in you. And the only prayer is that that lesson does not leave you as you leave Muzdalifah.
Thank you very much. I'm getting to Muzdalifah. Those who are weak can leave earlier, but those of us who are strong, you will observe your subuh and immediately you proceed to Mina. Now, Muzdalifah, you are there. You went to Mina you went to Arafat on the 9th. For Mina, you are there on 8th. From Mina, you go to Arafat. From Arafat, you go to Muzdalifah. And then Muzdalifah, early in the morning on the 10th of Dhul Hajj, you proceed to Mina. Mina, from there you go and throw your stones, your pebbles at the Satan. The first day you throw 7 at the biggest Jamrat. You want to get to Makkah. Just 7. Then from there you proceed to Makkah. Go and perform your tawaf for the father. The only composite tawaf, we have 3 tawaf circumambulation. The first one, tawaf for Qudum. On arrival, go and circumambulate. Second one, after sacrifice, on that 10th of Zulhijjah, that is the compulsory one. Tawaf for the father. Go and perform it. Then you now shave your hair. Women cut part of their hair. Then the third one is tawaf for Wadai. When you are about to leave Hajj, you pack your luggage, your bags. Then you go and circumambulate, and then off you are. Now, after throwing that pebbles, you go back to Mina again. 11th day, you go and throw 21 pebbles. On the 12th day, throw 21 pebbles to the 49. But to complete it, on the 13th again, you throw another 21 to make it 70. But it's enough for you to throw 49 pebbles. Now, what is the importance of throwing of pebbles?
Yeah, the throwing of pebble is symbolic.
Yeah.
Symbolic in the sense, do not forget that 3 different spots where all of this had happened. And these are the places where Iblis, that is Satan, had attempted to infiltrate Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, the son Ismail, and the wife Hajara. Ibrahim was reminded of the cruelty of a Lord who lays claim to be merciful, who had denied you the fruit of joy, a child. You had this child when you had become decrepitude, when you had become senile. And so this child now represents your hope, your future. The Lord who is supposed to have blessed you with this child, that was supposed to represent a manifestation of his benevolence, is the same Lord who is asking you, sacrifice Ismail. So how does one explain this contradiction? He wasn't seeing it from the lens of a paradox. And so it was a contradiction. He's absolutely a wicked person who gives to you. Because when you didn't have Ismail, you longed to have one. Now losing it is not the same as when you didn't have it. You now know the sweetness of having it. Why would he ask you? And so Abraham dismissed Satan. When Satan didn't succeed, he went to the son. What kind of foolishness is this? This is not how to be loyal to a father who is cruel, a father who wants to sacrifice you for the massaging of his own ego. He wants to use you for, to advance himself. If anyone was to die between you and your father who had you in normal circumstances, you should be a great-grandchild to him. And now he wants to kill you. What exactly, if life were not sweet, why does he still want to tarry? Why he wants to send you away? Why should he hypothecate you for his own? And so he came to the wife. All of them were having sufficient dosage of spirituality. They dismissed him. And so when we now go to throw this stone, we are symbolically rejecting Satan, saying that whatever it is that we desire so much, if it will operate to come between us and the love that we have for Allah, because in the very first place, the call to sacrifice Ismail was a function of wanting to sequester Ibrahim والسلام, from the love that was corrupting his love for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That whatever you do, your love for any human being must not run on the wheel of Todism. It is you. Whatever you say, you do. Only Allah can say a thing and does it. He's the only one who has the capacity for saying, be, and it becomes. But today, in our addiction to psychophancy, just because you want to have your, hoggish proclivity gratified, you say, he's a Toknadu senator, he's a Toknadu this. I mean, you don't have that capacity. Whatever you say you are going to do, is Allah who enables you to do it. Even when it comes to the worship of prayer, of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when the call to prayer is made, when the imam, when the muazzin will scream, Allahu Akbar, meaning Allah is great, you repeat after him. But when he says, come to prayer, you say, only Allah has power. It will mean that it is by its enablement. You don't repeat that. So whatever it is you desire to do, whether good or bad, except Allah enables you, you can't do that. And so when we throw this stone, is to manumit ourselves from the manacle of Satan, to say we are off the hook of Satan, and so Satan can no longer influence or control us.
Thank you very much. We are still on the topic importance of Hajj. So throwing of pebbles at the Satan is symbolic. Do not go with a gun to fire at the Satan that let me go and kill it once and for all. All the pebbles that have been thrown still alive. Just symbolically throw those pebbles that Satan, I do not want to have anything to do with you again. You can see that the Satan was not able to discourage Ibrahim alayhi salam, the wife, and the son from obeying Allah. Well, at the point of slaughtering his son, Ismail alayhi salam, Allah commanded the knife not to slaughter. Allah saw that Ibrahim has fulfilled his promise because he made a lot of sacrifices. And when the angels were wondering, he said, if Allah should give me a child, I was ready to sacrifice that child. So Allah reminded him of his promise in his dream, and he went ahead to fulfill it. So fulfillment of promise, some of things we learned. But at the point that Allah now replaced Ismail with the ram, that I've seen that you've carried out your promise. You fulfilled your promise. Do not slaughter that son. Do not kill that child. Some of you engage in unlawful rituals. Use human beings for ritual is wrong. It's forbidden. It's forbidden to kill human being. Some people eat the flesh of human being is completely forbidden. It's totally forbidden. And so at that point, Allah was satisfied that Ibrahim alayhi salam loved Allah more than Ismail, his son. So what is your own Ismail? What is it that you love above Allah? Prophet Islam says that you cannot be a believer unless you love Allah and is supposed to more than everything on earth, including yourself. So you need to identify your own Ismail, what you love above Allah, and sacrifice it, because Allah created you, is your maker, is your sustainer, and will go back to Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Viewers, that the importance of Hajj can say that Hajj comes towards the end of the year. Islamic calendar ends with Hijjah, and the Hajj exercise ends the year. So pray Allah enable us to witness more Hajj in our lifetime. Thanks for coming. Malam Nujin Asunobi, you are thanks for watching. I know your uncle Al-Hajj Alamin Alao. Join us again next week for another very good edition. Salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon. So you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Yes. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibioma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault. And going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health
Or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes.
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, would I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce, for, probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake, it could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart, Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with the divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, you know, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is, you know.
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay, if you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with that.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Where I agree with that.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. You know, a mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, you know, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right? Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay. Behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman. And he said to me, he said, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, you know, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share, because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yes, probably is a ground for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have this has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cursing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is. And then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse, no matter the people that worked against him. I don't think we will have someone like, she would have stopped at the level of advising
even to the
people not to, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the curse came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Cause is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
Yeah,
go ahead.
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim, you said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. When you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife? The wife caused the husband already.
Okay.
Abandoning the
children. Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, wherever that is involved.
stop it, don't snatch someone's husband. But to you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibiuma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here. Right?
So that thing that he saw there is still here. What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of, ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay. Yes. Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves. Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. Give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom State, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. There's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Urumugigos. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Experience to have you join us on the program Heritage. My name is Precious Fortune, and of course you know how we get to do it on this program, where we get to take you around different cultural experiences, dance, celebrations, festivals, and all of that. And today is no exception. Well, today we're going to be looking at something quite unique. We're going to be looking at the Igede dance of Benue State. Now that dance, everything about that dance, the steps, the rhythm, the musical instruments, everything is spectacular. Let's go take a look. Igede dance is a popular and vibrant cultural performance of the Igede people of Benue State, Nigeria. It is often associated with the Igede Agba Festival, a major cultural celebration that showcases the heritage and identity of the people. The Igede people trace their ancestry to Sabongida Ora in Edo State, from where they migrated centuries ago under the leadership of a figure named Agba, before settling in present-day Benue State. The dance derives its name from the legendary founder, Agba, who was said to be a renowned native doctor. According to tradition, he was deeply connected to a musical instrument called Igede, from which the people and eventually the dance got its name. The Igede dance is a high-energy, expressive performance typically showcased during the Igede Agba New Yam Festival. It is performed to honor the ancestors, celebrate a bountiful harvest, and demonstrate strength, unity, and cultural pride. Though it can be performed at other times, it is most prominent during festive seasons. Characterized by fast-paced rhythms and dynamic movements, the dance is a spectacle of color and tradition. Dancers adorn themselves in striking traditional attire, often in shades of blue, white, and black, creating a visually captivating performance that reflects the richness of Igede culture. The Gede dance of Benue State, and that dance was really an amazing one. Everything about the dance is beautiful. I hope you enjoyed all of that. Well, do join us next time, of course, same station, for another episode of Heritage. In the meantime, have yourself a productive week. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
Oh!
certainly the best.
Wabotao edonewa edonewa ire wabere negekai wabi daniho egebe se ni maya dugie ibota na okpe no gisuen na ya boedo ade ogisuen na ya sie mokoko na ya sie gbekoko ayire wa otane gbesori maido atoka mama enwa ni eni no kokwa aga webo na ya ga hemi na hiae bina ya inye o ibota utamai ota anyowa binu kisema gbonwe binu ya yikere ni ade omo ade otano uta ni mahiari la dare na ke yere no yino no yezu malele botedo esowe mi esi no esowe mi dano o ewe o keke no kuri owo boy yoto ora bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he esowe ri aseri owe ote befu odo enze unde we awodo ni eme esowe o makeke kaka ona ze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he emi no keke iyi ma na ogun egun eme na okere ma gbe iyi ma an atu ni no pa yi ma eho usioma ore ma iyi ma boke on domo no wa to pe meto me na owo mu no de na o ire ohe pastor Kabari eri ma no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona ze na we nigade nido imudi ane eri ma agba kamiri kataba o iwe owa no kubo eku no ro wodo ni no do mana e okedi uto odomae okedo befu odomae ni mayi wa hon bukike na ni anoyi ma we na mo na lade na diai okeyiwe okuna bowa oboyfune owa ni ara aye oye wo wa ni maye no mayi fun agbese ana mo na gwa lo wo be okuna ke lae ona do mi owa ni ebo eri amoye mi owa ni ebo ona aka modo we mi owa pa ni tawada boy na do lao odo na rigo na na ya asa ana lawani ogbukpe ha gbukpe nebo ya sukpise ina do mana he wigo ni asa ekpogo kiyen oju ori adu wa ni ho ni ide yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ma na we ari wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata ogwana nu we ye na ogo obukhana no ri awa no gbana na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wana owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le lerere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbegun ayo uru no zedo ejima ma when we retire na egbe we wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go rioto o matamoda fun ofu o metin rioto o metin bowa so pa ona ga ofu no robodo go mana tamoda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobu anupo geva owofu opia odion ugbewe yen wuwe ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to owu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we ri uzo seyo we utama dogo na okua no kuesi yo hian suwe ya gwa luto
dona ga okpiesi
yo hian suwe ya gwa luto yo hian mudia buwe buwani sukma nu gwe ya yo to nu ya buwa we no da foma oga ho ege no didi ja ho okpiani mana ku egui egbo tiya gui ekwekiari eriya
wese
domosa
yari notari unda do ya ekbita we okpe amenye ohugbe sokme na yen ise yin aji ege na no hute na na ladia meke wi nota no bo makedo mo ladia me peti ugena oge ibota so we mu du yin odo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso owo nyine no ga yin iyabo ameru wayire na miewe ona roge no paroge megibe nota serio ara be do ka we opana ya uge ma we ini ene bo wania o tomera ibe ya ra hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho yina yeti ewe yina be ana ego kwere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yẹn ẹgbẹ́ òde náà yà sùn ọgbẹ́ ọ̀nà ìbílẹ̀ ìlà ọwọ́ wa mímú nàrí nà wìnà sùpá gbèsò yà gbúzọ́lé ha gbọ́zọ́lé va gbèsò pẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ hà nà yà mọ́kó yìí òtẹ́ ọ̀gá àròdọ̀ ọ̀gá ìrè ọ̀hági yẹn gùn à nẹ́lẹ́ kàlùbí yà ó òkú náà wọ́n rí sẹ́gẹ̀ yẹn náà hàn ẹ̀gbọ́ kéré nìyẹn rí ọ̀tọ̀ nìyẹn sọ ya yẹn má ká zi ọ ni yẹn náà dìgbò lẹ́nu yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́ kí má yà sún ẹ̀ náà yà gbórí òtọ̀ náà rẹ̀ mùnú ẹ̀ èrí màá wá rẹ̀ ìrọ̀rì dáná ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di na ana ya gbolu yena gada we yena wo ye so egbena owena ya meken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha aka egbe ke ba temu ana di woma yena di ge 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mo ayo yegi sira na 12 yede no wana ni ge ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ede tipa no nya egbe mara no nya tipa re rebu ogere lukune ere wa ta amagi nie amawo be mo yo eno wa no mu yimi akeka ofonoro ha pe ana ohura ori ke ise ezo ni ana wa wo be ri gore ori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga la university na ze ge we ni yo to owo ezeyin eye zeyo owo na wi na ya zebiyo ina agwa lu to kereri ni awo mu dari ke wa akwa mu ne owa di yo unda yene doja oye ya se gbe mi na re wo wa owe ge zeyo yo pa azire da yo pa wona o na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri oto ni e bo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti le zo bo ni le egbe eri o owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo ere ewe e ma tade na dele ni opu ya ne dobu no ma zi agbo a mo ko no mi ewe o mu di ake we ni egere iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o enegbe egbo wo do bia di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kini ya
wa we si pie so waro no ji ku onyin mi egbe na tana o pia no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo ma ge no oko no metin go we bo ma mu dia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oku awa mego ni awe da fun me ya gun me ri oto ni oku ni mi mi to mi go ora wa gun owe iyan ta wa na
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wa na
ya gele no
ige ba eze ige suku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo we ri oyen na we gbobo ehian wa akun amunope ani tokian si onegbe egbopo we ri o mo gbogbo wa le o le rundun ni wo pe ani nda ga yen go me 1 naira o mi oga yen go me sele o mi o ma na ri ene okori de so negbe mi we ri o ko ni ge sunu de ige ope ani yin kun igo gunye odobo wale ete onyime no gba so pan onyimi pia ni bun osie ni ho ni bun na we gbe eberio
wese edonowo me wa ho ni yima na ya na ege yima okpoko atu an emata no owe emi osi ni oke kedi ma e bote ewi mana we oho egwo ma dioma giagba muso giagba ma oho kini ni bi no wa kai owe devices iyo agbon magba ma ibi no wa na ati help meet giako ko we na sera oho kin okbi ara zuru mama gbon oho ri obo bae unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege no ta owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe oban mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawo yo bonu e ma ta no emi no samo bazun da eri oku no bia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gize yo owo ni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye lo mi we e money so ba ke sukure aba we ni arigo ni ra ye igbo ko neria o da gi me sa no ye oge kan kan amunene okuda amunobo oso amogie ne nebo ye gi de gbo ko di e mo e money gi de gbo ko bi ya ne rabu wa egbo ma be rio baga gele gbode na temata edunu pebu nu da be ni mata ba eni osiri no ko na zo de nu da o ke bi ha wo pe a o ni maka ni o kan do alu o pe ani o maka ni o kan do awu tabo se ba eye o mu eni be odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o di agba mu wa no ya bo pe ani mu wa okpe no ma mu egbe ni makata si we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku me kiama okwo mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vio mo we yo ule ke ni je na la wo ku na epopo me ko vome osoboke ye ni zio owe ta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we adobodi uku wo bera agwana mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we mego ya muna wa iwo no ya buwa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obuwa ni na okpa ni obo eni okpa ni aro me de ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugie ibota na mi we okpa ni na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go no okpa ni no ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe mi eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi na adofin ene yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo ogwo ni kewu ọmọ ego pe ni yari ogwa ni oto ni kiene ọmọ ani wu ope ani na emo okwo be no ka biene ana wo mana ya mo yo bi jia yo ni se ba agbolu yo ne yi baba ma so to ni je ma mi yi ma ri e be ba ni na na wo wi agbo to na we do to no ki yi wo ka mu wa ye do to ogwo ni le mortuary aya ki yo na we oto bi jia ne mu bo e de ni ya gbe ba re ni ona ani na wo gba lo to e ma e ani gwalo to ma no gbolu yo oni weri ya ohin eni oru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbo nyawu ite ya mo erari oho no riwo ya doto we na wa egun e doto wu da o no mo gberi oto na wa e wu da o ne boti a submissiveness o mo gberi oto no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi eni keni no me ona we awa mege eri mo ese gume do si omi ni ha eti ya lo we bi we ubu edoto oho ni gele we ye moto keke yi ni ha oho ni de oto ho mi we na ya ri oto na ri kiye una ya mu no ho una ya danyo oho ni wu ni ha wu da we oho no pa bi ene amari go na mo ye wa ni amami oto mo ana ya mu yite egbe re ri o iho na egbin ye re ri o ubu ya yi we iho ha iye imoka gbe enagwa kana
ipe so wa gele ro nunyimiya eso waga odazoe odazowa
evamia oyirogwa abi mi no me eva kubra
eso wa me eva
adazo obi amogwa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no kekenu okugaru jina no dazoe no be odazowa no dazoe odazoe ne odazowa ye we no keke wa we enu ni me odafe no nyawa enu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogugwe no kua we wa ku omo bujwe egbomo beri onado nwan uji no keke ekian ro se era meno sukpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbopu awerio dogu umego omona no egori uri enebe no mese okwo eberi ebai okwo awoko na kokoko mo riere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese onda ye yimo boro ba ya unta bo wa okpi abo wa unta wo wa
okpi unta
bo okpi
o salo bo ya jie
no dai bon geni e mo ya unta inina be iwe ni no keke na do wa okpo ya unta
beno salo bo ya ji okpi a ona ka ji okpi a ke ju okwo ototo okpi a oji uda okwo akaji okpi a o salo bo akaji okpi a unta okua obe kam okwo iwe mewe do meme ogwo pia akeke no kojo okwo okua ojo okwo
we so wa talk be mama obonu we lari na re ye na mewe adosi kana oika bobi tagbe me ni pie so no ya wo okwo owere no kwo
oni me no gba
what is it oni ri ma we no kwo wi okpia
ọmọdébé mi ẹjẹbẹ ọkàn òpìà síbù pẹ̀lú òkú àdúgbà òpìà ìkìnnà rírí akín ọgbẹ òtẹmọ lẹkùn náà ànàmúbọgbẹ òpìà ẹbẹgbẹbọ òkú nàbùwà òpìà síyó.
Okay, agua. Wo bo wa pe asiyo.
Agua.
Okay. No agua no ro iwe. No na migo bodo. Na mi ohodo nya wa ni.
Uji ari enegbe. Opo na mu gbe ekun soto. Ona aruji no da fun Okpa ni obe egwe to po ni ri uji niyen. Ege gbin o ebe no go vie. Ege lu ebe no go vie. Nda okwo ovie beno pe agwale uji bebo oboko eri mani ori ma be gwalu uji anwe mama no se bo bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orien so onwo
wese edunogo me wa hebe ni magwan we ma ya na de si we ohu mo go sokbia ni agwa sukma okeke we eminu pe amaseti oku lori iwara we agbari yimegbe nda ana mi wo pe awehi erebo ina ri yubonwe ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbo we ya fe pomomo bana imi wo ko ri wa ori egbe yubon ninu ipe so itegbe nu ogun atu agbe ogun eri ogun lala ogun ejo wani ogun ejo wo ọ̀pọ̀ ìdòbò wà yìí sí lélẹ̀ ọba àwàwà o bàbá broda tu sí lélẹ̀ ìyòbọ̀ yà ìnù ẹ̀ wẹ́ náà ó pè àná ẹni gbò sàlóbọ̀nà gbọ́ ẹni gbè wọ́n á ní wẹ́ òkú ó ní ọ̀dà ní ọ̀yà tó bọ̀ ẹ̀dá bó wa ni wọ́n mú kó dà o sọpá ẹ̀dùn ló pẹ̀rù màá mú pàbùdó rẹ̀ gẹ̀ màá bẹ́ nà tàbó èmi zẹ́ nà yò òkú tó bọ̀ ẹ̀ inú yín nà wẹ́rì ọ pé nà ọ̀nà mú ẹ pé ọ nà ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gbòòrò rí ọ ẹ̀ẹ́ta máa wáyé ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé láwọn ọmọdún yẹn kìnnà náà rí òtọ̀ náà gbá wa gede mame e gede mae e ba we we wa mae owo wa mama agboro ugbo kene oriori eye wo me o ko se ti wa bibi pa ina na mi we mo mo we o wa pa e ba ni magebo o ko ni da ro be do we ko no gbe ko ja e bo ko ri oki so pa na imi ene we iri okpa wa si okpa wa gbaki o ko se ti pa bo me okpa gari e yari o to be o be osun ra bo ogbolu o ga nwina odo bo wani obefu bi no mana tama we edo maka gwa kan na are tima ni ke ka gwa kan na be uge mana rantam mana we na be mwela de mo ge do ebi esi no a so pe no ko de no ro we o khana do ta yu we o ko ni ri bo ori se wa ni ara aye ana we ni agwaluwa iye na ya agwaluwa wo bo emi ona ga ma da fun emi o wa le o da fun ke ri go la de ana ya asa ana ya reni ya na park ya de wo ho ni gbo ne ni aya ro wa ni odo e ma e we o ha onya wa ni aye iketika no be mi iho ni ara emi o de we ni ketika de ni mada ma wa kaka bo ye gbe aka we emi o ma keke emi da e ga ni ho ni le egbe wa do bo wa ya park ya de la lo di nara ye no popo wa kaba wa bo ko ite bo wa ye fopa unda unyi na enwe we ma mo gbe tene utete me re ma ti egbe we ni ni ata adafo na ewo ya anyu ha mu na spo ko na bokogbo oye kere ite tamae na we ni tiwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ara kero de ri no we okewe ya wa ba ni ku ni ne we no ri je na wo ma ni do tamuwa we no ri je na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awawa abe ten we tie ni eteni pe abe tunwe ya se ti mo yi ko do to we lare o ko na ma we ni da onyi ne won ya e no wona so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kian e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi no o mu na wa ida we re o ke de ni pa bo re ku we ki make money ne o we ma ya kin o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ so pe ke we gbe ri o gi amara ro we ka yi go ladian uri ni no pe a no wi yo bo ni we ni go na gwa lo de bana ya doto u yere gi amani aro wo magele de ori re de una re ri go ladian we ja ya agbolu gi amani aro wo opi ari magele gbolu mo we ni dai we be ma le le de na ko de na keka wage ilo boy iye no ye ayi re gbe so de kotu wa ye ko ga we ya wo ma no ki ebe no bo ma dia ni no ka mi master we master ri go no ya do ki ekere o we ya wo ma no ki ni a we ke ne ke nu ma ku ayi e una da e na wa ri go we ya ke we ona wo ona ebi ma oluwe o ona je asin o sa ba no la o nda eni ma mu la dia na okay kaka boy isi okoru te dowe ohobowa le awu awo le ohobowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya guru olokpe ani no tamae igigo gbenu ayari uto tamae igigo gbenu ya gbelu owi e mo bobo gbe ga yi ni ele ya so sewe itamae wa me ya so sewe igba ba tie wa me ya so sewe na to bo me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo abiji maji wa gebo bu ha me go sewe we de bae bi na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enu we no ade mo iya uyo kwa no we ni meje de na o bu ha me na di moto mu meti wa fie I wa fie o awa no pa no be magme o bu ha mejo e ba mana mu gie ibota na se fo obe ki edo ya ofo gbo sagwa eyo wa ki ma ye nwa iwi na jina oba atokpe ise
ITV certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So many issues is currently affecting Nigeria. We're going to be talking about the political aspect of it, the issue of defection by party members, especially when we know that momentums are already being gathered for the 2027 presidential election. Now, talking about defection by party members, let's look at the impact it's going to be having on the presidential election come 2027, especially now that some party members are already being tagged serial defector of their political parties. And so let's go talk to some of our respondents and hear what they have to say and what their reactions will be like. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
The normal thing actually is you can only defect when there is trouble in your party. But many people since have been moving even when there's no trouble anywhere, and it's like we have allowed it to flow. Especially this time that elections are coming, those who do not get nomination in one party want to move immediately to the next party where they can get nomination. I think that's what's causing it. It's not. I think it's because we really don't have strong democracy inside each political party. But with time, all this is iron out. It's a normal thing, I think. Not normal, it's a usual thing. Take, for example, ADC. ADC was very strong, was building up. But Obi has left, they have moved to NDC. People are thinking, what happened in Labour Party with the obedience will happen in NDC. They're all moving there. That has already affected the balance. But the problem is people are forgetting that obedience is not really as strong as it used to be. Then it was a conglomeration of very angry youths plus very angry church. Now the churches have gone back to their respective churches. The youths, after they introduced the student loan, that broke that, and it can't be as it used to be. But I think that's the reason a lot of people are moving to NDC to see if that kind of revolution will take place. But unfortunately, there is no time. Elections less than 9 months.
It's the voters' mindset.
It will not affect because in the past 5 years, voters have actually turned from voting for parties to voting for individuals. So if we know you, even if you go to from OOP to PPO, we will follow you to PPO. That's what's happening with Obi now. People with that revolution think Obi is very popular, which is not true. They think anywhere he goes, there will be a build-up. The reason everybody is moving to NDC is because of Obi. If he comes back now to AGC, I'm sure they will come back with him. So people since have stopped voting for political parties, but voting for individuals. It doesn't matter where they go to, they will follow.
I call them political marauders. A situation whereby their political party or the political hemisphere is no longer favorable to them, they tend to continually to maraud, to migrate or decamp to other political parties, to, so to say, to seek for greener pastures, to satisfy their political greed or their political career. Because in Nigeria settings, politicians does not have ideology. The only thing they believe is satisfying their political career. So when party A is no longer favorable to them, will no longer suit their political interests, they tend to move to other political parties which they feel will be more favorable to them. And to me, personally, I don't see them as serious persons, because if you cannot stay in party A to fight for the ideology of that political party and you feel it does not favor your political career, you now move to another political party. I don't take such persons serious. And I wonder how they're continually using that means to manipulate the electorate. They don't know, majority of our electorate don't know that these politicians are not out there to satisfy the interest or to fight for the interest of the masses. Rather, they are only there to satisfy their own interest. To me, it will not have any negative impact on the election, so to say, because there are procedural processes for INEC to conduct the election, and any political party or politician that decamp and do not meet up with those criteria will automatically be disqualified. So that is my own take. In the last presidential election, first time in the history, I supported Peter Obi because of the perception we have about his personality. But when he could not hold on to the party that Nigeria projected him through, when he could not stand up to fight for his mandate, personally, I now see him as someone who is not a serious politician and should not be taken serious. If to an election is just 2027 and 2026, you are still looking for a political party you want to decamp to. You are not a serious politician. I don't know if Nigerians see or reason the way I do. So personally, I don't take politicians serious. And those that are decamping from one party to another to seek for greener pastures or to protect their political interests should not as well be taken serious. And I also want to call INEC. There are laid down rules and regulations and procedural processes of decamping from one particular political party to another. It's most especially when there are crises in that political party. Any politician that leaves his political party when there are no crisis or when there is no crisis in such political party should not be allowed or should be disqualified by the INEC when they not meet up the criterion at which he's supposed to decamp. So Nigerians should look forward to politicians who have the interests of people at heart, not those that jump or decamp from one particular, political party to another to suit their political philosophy.
We are aware of the diversion from our own party. Let me speak on that because that is what I know. To other party like this new party, NDDC, NDC. You know, we see it as an opportunity for us to consolidate more in our party ADC. You know, some people may see that it's having effect on us, but for me, it does not have effect because I speak with you. Some of them who went to NDC today, I'm holding meetings with them. They are coming back again to ADC. That is to tell you that probably they've seen that the expectation that they wanted to get it, they didn't get it. So for me, ADC is a party to beat. It's not a one-man party, maybe like an Obedient, which people that believe in Obe are following Obe. Or like Kwankwaso, people that believe in Kwankwaso, the Kwankwasoya movement are following it. This is coalition. It is all political parties that came together. You can see the number of people, the caliber of people at the top, at the ADC level. You see that they are from different parties. National Rufa is there, APC. Rebo Sola is there, APC. PDP is there, David Maguj, our national chairman. Other persons, Article 2 from PDP. So it's a coalition. We have both Labour, APGA. So we are not worried, you know what I'm saying, with the defection. So those, as you are going, people are coming in. So it's just like that. This year has been in this existence. You know what I'm saying? Even before we coalition. But coalition have made it unknown now because we came together and agreed that let's join together to be able to fight or rescue Nigeria from the hands of the ruling party. So that's it. So we are good to go. The only thing I would love to say here is that APC, we know they are the ruling party. You understand what I'm saying? But they should be able to, you know, give a level playground for this election. So that if you are popular, you know what I'm saying? It's those that want you to, they want you, that will vote for you. But if you are not popular, they won't. So the issue of coming and say, but I don't want to speak this, you know, rather say this, you know, unequivocally, that it is not by, you know, trying to make threats that will scare people from, you know, coming to this, coming to contest. We, ADC, we are not worried about any threat. We are not worried about any, you know, statement issued by the ruling party. But all we need to want to let them know that as far as this election is concerned, it is all of us that is going to this contest, and there is nobody that left his head at home. As I'm standing here, my head is with me. So they are also standing wherever they are, their head is with them. So we want a level playground. We want to use this opportunity to beg all political parties that are going for this election that we should all come together and be able to go to the contest without rancor. those that like you or those that want you to represent them, they will vote for you. It's not by harassment or trying to threaten people. So that is my appeal. And I want to also let the entire citizens of Edo State to know that they should choose the best person they know that can represent them, both in the presidential election, Senate, House of Rep, and House of Assembly. This is my advice for them.
The incessant gale of defection is common in every electioneering circle, and that is fueled by the fact that we still have the same old breed of politicians being recycled year in, year out. And even furthermore, by the fact that we are bereaved of political philosophy, our political system, there's no ideological inclination. It was just almost same set of people, same set of parties, but different names. You will be shocked to find out that the same political ideology that governs APC is that same for PDP. Well, we are not ideologically inclined, unlike in sane clients, where if you're on the left, if you're a leftist, you're a leftist. If you're a liberal, you're a liberal. But here, they are all the same thing. So there is no ideological philosophy. Our politicians are bereaved of ideological philosophy. So, but this also calls for the issue. I think it brings to bear the issue of independent candidates. I think our electoral act or even the constitution will see that time has come for us to have independent candidates, that you mustn't become whatever you want to be through the party system. You can contest as an independent candidate. And for some who have been termed as serial defectors, that defecting from one party to the other, it's as a result of the fact that the typical Nigerian politician is self-oriented. All what they are doing is to serve their selfish interests. So if they join party A and they feel their interest is not being protected there, they move to the next party, because there is no difference. It's just difference in name but not in philosophy. So they move to wherever they feel. Politics is a game of interest. Wherever they feel their interest is being protected, or wherever they perceive them a little threat to their interest being manifested, so they will defect to where they feel more comfortable. And basically, like I said, it's based on the fact that these people do not have political philosophy. There's no political philosophy. Ordinarily, if you have political philosophy guiding our politicians, you will go to where your philosophy is, you align with that philosophy of that person or that party. We don't just move around. So it's high time we begin to do politics of philosophy, not politics of anyhow. Anybody can join anything, because there has to be some definitions. There has to be some manifesto, where not manifesto of what I would do for the people. Let's see your political ideology. Where do you incline to? Are you a liberal person? Are you a Democrat? What are you? What are the parties for? So that calls to question for us to really consider in the next electoral reform the five parties, because even when you're voting, cases abound where they say it is the party that is contesting, not the politician contesting, not the party. If performance, if we look at somebody, we feel this person can perform, not the party, because our emphasis is more on party politics. So if the party does not put you up for election, you are not contesting. Our right to choose. Actually, you don't need political background to feature in politics. It is your competence. Everything about politics is competence. Who can do the work? Who can deliver? Who can perform? The only thing we are going to have if we practice independent candidacy or individual candidacy is there will be influx of people. Every Tom, Dick and Harry want to. Influx of people. Every Tom, Dick and Harry want to. You know, maybe like usually in our Nigeria, let it be that it was once a presidential aspirant, so that will be in your CV. There's nothing we don't add in our CV. You know, when you are introducing the person once presidential, 2027 presidential aspirant. So that's a CV for us. But there's also a way, we must also fashion out a way to curtail that. But by and large, the focus of that will be on competence, on who is capable, who can deliver, not really by party.
People are actually moving cross-carpeting from one party to the other today. All these things are happening because of interest, because people are looking for opportunity where they can get their dreams or aspirations come to pass. It's all over. People are moving into A, from A to B, C to D, because they want to fulfill their aspiration. The most important thing is that the party that can take you to where you are going, because party is a vehicle that will take your aspiration to where you are going. That's the reason why you are seeing this movement. It will affect the forthcoming election, because politics is a game of numbers and it's a game of interest. And if the candidates at the end of the day, after the screening from various parties that stand with their dreams, then the people will definitely vote the candidate of their choice, which will definitely affect.
Nigeria political parties are just a group of people who associate to grab power. They have no desire for anything other than just being special purpose vehicles for the purpose of getting power at any level. That is why our politicians can move few minutes to elections from party A to party B without remorse. You can imagine that politicians just jump from one party to another, still expecting their supporters to follow them to the next party, believing that they will have votes. I think that laws should be made to check this situation of people going with the ticket of the party that sent them into power. We look at situations where very visible politicians move from party A to party B. You find out that they are only desperate to occupy office. They are desperate to have power. That is the main reason why they are moving from party to party. I condemn this, and I urge Nigerians to take note of such people's character. It shows that they lack character, and such kind of persons should not be voted into office.
Defecting from one party to another is as a result of lack of organization. When party is not properly structured, when the political aspirant was not given a level playground for them to prove themselves, where there are consensus, where people do not allow themselves to be voted for, in the sense that party faithful know their choice of candidate they want to choose, but a result of where leaders will just endorse people without not considering the party members. And as a result of that, these are the reasons why people will move from one party A to party B, and that is not really democratic. If you belong to a political party, it's good for that political party, for you to grow that political party, for that political party to come to a limelight. But a situation whereby people defect from one party A to party B, party C, is as a result of interest. When your interest is not being fulfilled, you will look for alternative. That is why people are defecting, and it has a very great impact, negative impact on the electorate, in the sense that they will see that political leader who is contesting that is not faithful, because they are already clamoring, singing your praise in that political party. At the end of the day, you just desert that party for no just cause, and you are telling the public that there is no level play ground for political leaders. It has a very great effect on the electorate, because the electorate will not understand who to vote for, and secondly, they will also see you that you are not a party faithful.
So many reasons why people exchange or leave their party for none. There are some with selfish reason. There are some because of the government of the day. Let's, for instance, take the PDP. You can agree with me that PDP is no more the PDP as it was. You have some who want to jump here, jump there, maybe because of what they will benefit. There are some who the government or party in government will give large sum of money to the camp so as to weaken that party. For me, as people, even those contesting in my party, if they bring drink and put envelope, I don't accept the envelope. I can accept the drink and cola to pray for you. So that tomorrow if they are there, they cannot say they bought that position from leaders.
The defections of politicians from one party to another is a normal situation, particularly in election seasons like this. Apart from the fact that it is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also in the Electoral Act that politicians are free to freely associate with any of the political party, because we operate a multi-party democracy in Nigeria. So politicians who no longer feel comfortable or feel they are not given the opportunity to achieve their ambitions can choose to jump ship or move to another party. Just that in some situations we've seen politicians seeing some of these political parties as a special purpose vehicle, whereby they no longer have ideology, they don't have decorum in becoming nomadic politicians. They are known for moving from party A to party B, and once their ambition is not met, they jump from party B to party C. When they also see that the pendulum is not also swinging into their when they also see that the pendulum is not swinging into their favor, they also jump from B again to C or to D. And in that case, you begin to ask yourself, those politicians are seeking personal aggrandizement instead of having the service or the goal to serve the people as their main goal. So in terms of the impact on polity, it is meant initially to provide viable alternative to the electorate. But in the case of Nigeria, you've always seen majority of the politicians that we now refer to as nomadic politicians do so for their personal gain and for their personal interest, and so does not really add value to the quality of governance that we get, or to the quality of candidate that is being presented to the electorate to vote for during the general elections. What you see now, generally, particularly in the Nigerian situation, the Nigerian electorate are becoming very, very knowledgeable, very, very sensitive, in the sense that they no longer look at the political parties. Instead, they are now assessing individuals based on what they perceive is going to be their performance if they should get the position that they are aspiring for. So I really don't see it affecting the electorate if they perceive that particular person to be of value, or what they think that person is going to change in the polity. So even if it's just that in the Nigerian situations, we've not really have
opportunity to have independent candidates that can really stand as a movement to be able to ginger electorate or general support that they can win elected positions on their own as an individual, just like you have in the other advanced democracy where you have independent candidates. So for the electorate, they are now looking for credible candidates. They are not looking at party A or party B, because generally now all the parties seems to have the same manifesto or ideology, and it's the same season of politicians in party A that you see in party B or party C. Just that we, as the ruling party, has become more stable, we are more stabilized, and that's why you see that in recent times you've had few defections from my own political party. Most of the defections you see are other mainstream opposition that is trying to gather themselves and see how well they can form a vehicle to challenge us as the ruling party.
With some of the response from the people we actually spoke to on what we are looking at on today's viewpoint, talking about defection by party members, some said it is as a result of lack of loyalty to the particular party the candidate is actually representing, which is also perceived to be as a result of internal sabotage, while some are also saying that it's as a result of some of these party candidates trying to look for a particular party that suits and aligns with their vision for the reason with which they are contesting or vying for that particular position. It is a viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning and welcome to another exciting episode of Tech Today, the program where we break down technology in a way that truly connects with your everyday life. Now, let me paint a picture for you right there. Okay, say you wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is you reach out for your phone. You want to check for your messages, you want to scroll through social media, or maybe catch up with the news. But today is different because WhatsApp refuses to open, Instagram is not loading, Google is not responding. You assume it's your data. Okay, you check your balance, your data is active. You switch airplane mode on and off, still nothing. You restart your phone, nothing changes. Then slowly you begin to realize something is wrong. Not just with your phone, but it's everywhere. No one has internet. No messages are going through, no apps are working, no websites are loading. Nigeria as a nation is completely offline. Today on Tech Today, we are exploring a powerful and important question. What really happens if the internet goes off for 24 hours? What really happens if Nigeria loses internet access for just 24 hours? All right, before we go deep into this discussion, let us take a look at tech updates. What is shaping the world of tech? What is shaping in the world of tech? What is the new thing happening in the world of tech? After the short break. Welcome back to Tech Updates segment. Number one, we have that Apple Incorporation, the owners of iPhones, the makers of iPhones, iPad, and so on, they have hit a record revenue amid leadership shakeup. Tech giant Apple Incorporated has reported a massive quarterly revenue of over $100 billion, driven largely by strong iPhone sales and growth in the service segment. However, alongside this financial success, reports indicate a potential leadership transition, with longtime CEO Tim Cook expected to step down in the near future. This creates an interesting situation where the company is performing exceptionally well, yet preparing for a major change at the top. Analysts say the next leader will face one big question. What is that question? How to push Apple further into AI era while maintaining its dominance in hardware. We'll be here to bring you more updates on that. Next in the Tech Updates segment, we have the artificial intelligence, AI. We always talk about AI. There's no time to talk about tech updates and we don't talk about AI. It's moving beyond just applications. It's becoming part of everyday technology because it is rapidly evolving beyond chatbots and mobile apps, and is becoming deeply integrated into everyday tools and systems. Experts are predicting that by the end of 2026, a large portion of software and devices will include agentic AI systems capable of performing tasks independently without constant human input. This means that AI could plan your schedules, AI could respond to your emails, AI could make bookings, even complete work tasks automatically rather than simply responding to just your command. So AI is now shifting towards acting on behalf of users rather than just, responding to commands. So in simple terms, we are moving from using apps to AI doing the things for us. That is quite interesting. Next in the tech updates, we have that Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Threads, the all lots, is experiencing a notable drop in daily active users, with reports indicating a loss of millions of users within a short period. This decline reflects a broader shift in how people engage online. Many users are moving away from traditional social media platforms towards short-form video content. They're moving towards private communities and increasingly an AI-driven platform and tools. Industry watchers say that this could signal the beginning of a new phase in the internet where users prioritize utility and personalization over passive scrolling. So whether it's the record-breaking company preparing for change, artificial intelligence taking over everyday tasks, or social media platform losing their grip, one thing is very clear. The digital world is entering a completely new phase. We'll take a short break now and we'll go back to the main topic of today, which is what happens if we lose internet for 24 hours in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to the program. Let's start from the beginning, okay? In the first few hours, I want to explain to you what may be happening when we lose internet for 24 hours. So in the first few hours that this may happen, maybe many persons may not panic. People will assume it's a network problem. You see MTN users will start blaming MTN, you know, the red users will start blaming the red network, the green users will start, you know, they may not even notice that this has even happened immediately. So people may begin to just go about their normal routine, you know, turning their data off and on. Some persons may even switch their SIM cards. Some persons may restart their phone multiple times because they're just surprised why is internet going off? Why is there no internet? Some people may reset their network settings. Office may begin to, you know, think that it's just a temporary glitch. They'll be calling the network engineer up and down and all of that. But something interesting will start to happen because this issue is everywhere. Banks, offices, home cafes, everyone is experiencing the same thing. At this point, confusion begins to spread. If internet goes off for say 4 hours, within 4 hours, now the reality starts to set in. You know, from 4 hours stop, you say it's not just a simple network issue anymore. The thing is something very big. It's bigger than what they thought. Now let's talk about money. In Nigeria today, a large percentage of daily transactions happen digitally. Okay, POS machine stops working, mobile banking apps will fail, online transfers cannot even go through. And imagine walking into a store to buy something and they tell you, there's no transfer or no POS, so cash only. And then you realize you don't even have much cash on you. Now let's multiply that by millions of people across the country. So small businesses begin to struggle immediately. Restaurants, supermarkets, fuel stations, many of them depend now on digital payment system. We have ride-hailing services would stop working. There will be no way to go around. Logistics companies cannot process deliveries anymore. Why? There's no internet. Dispatch riders cannot even receive new orders because they need the internet to access the apps that's on their phone because it's internet-based. At this point in time, economy will just go down, and this is just happening within hours, just 4 to 6 hours when we have no internet. Now, I want to go to the third phase where I feel we'll have some critical systems really under pressure. Okay, the stage we move now is something very serious because we have hospitals. Because nowadays, many modern hospitals rely on digital system. They rely on it for patient records, for communication system, even some diagnosis tools. So without internet access, there'll be no access to certain service provider become very slow. Airport and aviation system may even experience delay. I know that we have flights rescheduling, check-ins, and communication system rely heavily on this connectivity. What about media houses? They also feel the impact because live field, international news access will be cut short, and streaming platforms will all be affected. Even security agencies may face communication challenges depending on their systems. Okay, at this stage, the country is not just inconvenienced; it is under pressure. Now let's take a look at the social impact of this. That's the human side of this internet disconnection. Okay, this is something actually very deep at the human experience. Imagine when internet is off for 24 hours, you have no WhatsApp, no social media, no instant messaging. For many people, this is more than even an inconvenience because it feels like isolation because many people since nowadays depend solely on the internet. You know, they are so used to constant connection that makes offline feel uncomfortable. But something interesting also happens when we have no internet for like the period. People begin to talk more, you know, face-to-face conversation returns. You see neighbors will interact more. Families will spend more time together without any distraction from their phones. For some, it may feel very refreshing. For others, it may feel really unbearable. I know that many of us out there would not be able to stand the chance of not, you know, pressing the phone or chatting or scrolling through those many social apps. It will be difficult. I just imagine myself not able to go online for just over an hour, talking of 24 hours without the internet. It's something that many persons cannot even bear. Okay, because you are constantly interacting with someone via maybe it's a business day. It may not just be just for chats, just to keep up with your friend or thereabouts. Maybe for business. It also may for maybe you're having a job interview somewhere. It's going to disconnect you really very well. Now, this is not just a hypothetical discussion. Internet outages have happened before. There have been cases where undersea cables that supply internet to an entire region were damaged. I think sometime last year we had this issue that we had the internet, but it was really dragging, you know. In some African countries, internets were down for hours and even days due to those cable cuts. And in other parts of the world, major platforms have gone offline, affecting billions and billions of users at once. Okay, there's also be a situation where we have the cyber attacks that actually disrupt internet services. So this is real. What I'm trying to say is that my viewers out there, it can happen. And if this happens, the effects are immediate and they are widespread. Now, why do you think everything is connected? Why do you think this will affect us so much? Why does everything collapse so quickly? It's simple, because the internet is no longer just for communication. It is the backbone of banking system, the backbone for transportation, healthcare, like I mentioned earlier, education, media, and business operations, and a whole lot more. So we are not just using the internet, we are actively depending on the internet. But then I would like to, engage you. I want to ask a question. I want to just hear from you. Imagine I want you to tweet at us at ITV Radio NG. If Nigeria goes offline for 24 hours, I'm asking the question, can you survive comfortably? And if you can, what would you miss the most? Is it your business? You think your business can even function without the internet for one full day? Let's hear from you. Tweet at us at ITV Radio NG, whether it's on, you can tweet us on Twitter, or you can write us on Facebook, and I want to read your thoughts on what you think would happen. So we'll go on a short break. I want to show you a video of more explanation about a visual explanation about what will happen if something like this happened. And we'll come back and I'll tell you what we can learn from this and how we can prepare for something like this in case it happens in the future. Don't go nowhere. Still Tech Today. Welcome back from the break. I believe we've seen the video of what may happen if this internet goes off for 24 hours in our nation or in your locale. Now, what can we learn from this? Imagine this happen. What can we learn from this? Number one, it's always good to have alternatives. All right? Carry some cash with you. Don't rely 100% on digital payments. I'm not saying that the internet may go off for 24 hours. Imagine you cannot access the internet for a period and you want to make some payments, some petty cash should be in your pockets. Number two, businesses must actually plan for offline operations. It's good for a business to have backup systems. It's good for a business to have manual processes where possible. Okay, number three, it's always important for us to know that we need to reduce our over dependence on technology. It's easier said than done because technology should assist us and not control us. Okay, I always say this. Number four, awareness is key. Watching programs like this can also enlighten you, and also understanding how this system works will help us to prepare better. Let me add this. Imagine a student who depend entirely on online materials, or a content creator out there whose entire income comes from the internet, or a trader who sells their items through social media. For them, 24 hours offline is not just inconvenience, it is a loss. Okay, this shows how deeply technology has integrated into our lives. All right, I believe you've enjoyed yourself today. I believe you've learned one or two things about, and you just added thought about what will happen if internet goes off. I want to tell you that the internet has made life faster for us, it has made it easier and made us more connected. But today's discussion reveals something very important. Okay, we are more dependent on the internet and technology than we realize. So perhaps the real question is not just what happens if the internet goes off. Maybe I should ask, are we truly prepared when it does? I'll leave that question for you, because I think I've answered some of them for you tonight. Thank you for staying with us on Tech Today. It's always a delight to have this with you. And don't forget that we do this on radio on Mondays by 8:30 p.m. till 9 p.m. on radio 92.3 FM. And of course, today, every time on GoTV channel 140, 11:30 a.m. to 12 noon. So until next time, stay curious, stay innovated, learn tech any ways you can, any way you can, and don't fall for any tech scam, any fraud scam, any of those scams that come upon. And always try your best to unlearn things and learn every now and then. Until next time, I'll see you. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Well, it is always a pleasure to have you join us on yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us, Flipside is a unique show, a socio-cultural show that beams its searchlight on special, topical issues in the society. Now, there are lots of issues that actually require our attention. And we try to make sure that we, pinpoint them and examine them inside out. That way, we hope that we are able to, bring the needed clarity to these topics. My name is Harry Igboje, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today we're having a very interesting conversation, something that has to do with the leaders of tomorrow, the youth. Now, it's no news that the youth are the most important demographic of every society, of every community. So as much as we understand that the elderly are very important, and of course children as well, but the youths play a very vital role in the development of any society, which is actually the essence of what we're discussing today. Youth participation in politics, myth or movement. Youth participation in politics, myth or movement. Now, if you take a look around you, young people are getting more involved in politics, either actively or passively. Now, what do we make of all of this? Is this a genuine movement, or is just cloud chasing? Now, that's basically what we're going to be trying to make sense of today. And to do this with me are two amazing gentlemen. They are experts in their own fields. To my far left is someone that goes by the name of William Sediak. He is a political analyst, and of course someone who mentors young people as well. It's good to have you on the show, Williams.
Thank you very much for having me yet again, Harry. It's nice to be in this studio.
Yes, it is nice to have you on board. And of course, seated next to Williams is another brother and friend. He goes by the name of Favor Sadzi. He is a social impact commentator and a passionate youth mobilizer. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Always a pleasure, sir.
All right, so a very interesting conversation we have before us, guys. Youth participation in politics, myth or movement. Now, if you take a look around you, there seems to be an increasing visibility of youths in politics, either offline or online, right? Especially online. We see lots of young people, championing movements, that are politically inclined, right? Some of them are actively involved in politics. Some are representing one political party or the other. And then others are just, questioning the process, like, getting involved in the polity, asking questions that need to be asked. You understand? So it's either an active participation or a passive participation. Now, what do you make of this visibility, this increasing visibility in politics? Do you consider it to be a genuine movement or cloud chasing? Let me begin with you, Favor.
Yes, I wouldn't call it cloud chasing because the realities of the experience we get in the country today is real. It's not clouds. The hunger, the deprivation, the corruption, every vices we see today are real. So the activities you see is just a resultant effect of all of these characters. So it's not a cloud. It's real. This is reality in front of us, and we have to accept it.
Okay, reality in front of us. Williams, do you consider this to be cloud chasing, or it's a genuine movement or genuine passion on the part of the young people?
Of course, it's a genuine movement born out of hunger and taste to fix the country, born out of the lackadaisical attitude of our leaders, the mismanagement of funds, the continuous borrowing and without proper evidence, managing budgets simultaneously, or you can say concurrently, without giving accountability. So these are arrogant situations in our face, and definitely we're definitely going to sit down and allow this to continue. We've seen how government is supposed to be run, how government are supposed to be for the people, but it's not forthcoming in this side of Nigeria, in fact in Africa as a whole. So definitely we are putting in the effort, the youth are putting in the effort to making sure that they sit in that corridors of power, in that table of decision making. Because over time, when you see the rule of power, you hardly see anybody of a youthful age there. You understand? So even in parliamentary situation, the lawmaking chambers, when you get there, you see old men who are not even who are beyond 60s, 53. 40 at the benchmark for young Nigerians to be, but you will never see any one of such people around there. If you see, there is only like one, in fact, totally in the world, it's 1.65%. As the last time I checked, 1.65
of
youths in parliament.
Just an infinitesimal figure.
Yes, just for parliamentarians, not being presidency or what, just for parliamentarians, which is supposed to be 53. But you see men of beyond 100, 90s, 70s, and they are still putting themselves forward to want to return. Now, calculate the political space now, you see a lot of them still pushing in to making sure that they get the ticket of different party to return back to go and sit down. Now, there's a current governor I'm studying now from Imo State. Imagine you are the governor, you have not sat down in a screening committee to give accountability for your 8 years. You're already pushing into going to Senate. Now, he's not just going to Senate. Now, he's already pushing to be Senate president. You've not won the election as a senator for being a senator. You're also pushing to be a senator.
Well, who do you think is to be blamed for that? Don't you think the youths are not holding these people accountable? Don't you think they are not doing enough, in terms of, questioning them and holding them to account?
We are pushing in. Youth are pushing in. But these same people are there deliberately pushing to make sure that the youth don't get hold of power. Like I said before, this system, fine, it is a fundamental human right.
Okay.
But there's supposed to be a peg. So when you're so of age, you're supposed to be retired. The place there is not meant for retirement. Okay. So age, you have to retire. So these are things that are already gingering the youth to making sure that we'll put ourselves there, so we can face these people out.
Okay.
Because the more you see vibrant youth, having them in power, that will also fast track the development of the country, because the youth are the current movers of current ideas. A man that is seated at a young age, you don't really have that time to go do research and study to discover how to see how to make sure that you bring in new ideas to develop, because we all rely on borrow, you spend on our personal interest, borrow, spend on personal interest. You don't borrow to fix, to industrialize the country.
Okay.
So these are the issues I would personally tell you that is one of the things that is propelling the youth to make sure that they get into power, not being a myth, but it's a movement.
All right, a movement. Now, Favor, the role of the youth in engaging the process. Do you think the youth are doing enough, or they are lackadaisical in their approach?
I believe the youth have done their bit, but there's always room for improvement.
Improvement, okay.
To every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So for this situation, there has not been an opposite reaction. So the action is still from our so-called political elites and the older people. The action is not commensurate with the reaction from the youths, and that's why nothing has changed. The last time such ever happened was during the EndSARS,
okay,
which bettered a whole lot of things. It raised a lot of awareness. Education started coming up, a campaign followed, organizations cropped up from different corners of the country, and a lot of awareness was created. That was the last time something significant happened. After then, what has happened? Close to nothing. Even during the period of the cash crunch and all of those, these were sponsored and doctored protests, or period where people were just there because they just wanted to make an impression.
So you're saying that those protests were not genuine?
It wasn't. And that's why the longest it took for those protests most times were 48 hours. Go and check.
But let's not also forget the role that some persons played in countering the protests. So it was like some persons were stationed there to sabotage the process.
Who were the tools used to sabotage the process? It was still the youth.
Still the youth, okay.
Hungry youths. So at a point you realize the problem that we face is more than just the personnel or the people or the youth.
Okay.
It's a systemic failure. And the problem here is that most of the youths are hungry. Most of them are unemployed. Most of them are needy. So because they have needs, so these politicians or these men have weaponized poverty. So he who downloads the food you listen to.
Okay, so that's more like he who pays the piper dictates the tune.
Yes, that's the problem where we are at this time, and that's why you realize that there are less of ambitions available. There are less of ideologies available. People just do things because they have to satisfy their stomach. So it's a case of stomach infrastructure. We are not really cut out to do the things that are supposed to be done. We don't want to hear that we have to do these things that are supposed to be done. You know why? Because it's even harder. It is easier to just eat and live by than to want to make changes. You will lose your life in the process.
So the risks are worth considering as well.
They are worth considering, but they are not worth doing. Because at the end of the day, who remembers you? Even your family may deny you. There's no point at which you are going to be celebrated for the good deeds. So you're just going to die and die like that. And if you're not even careful, they may even mock you. Your children will suffer if you have.
So you're saying, in essence, that the youth's lackadaisical attitude to the political process is justified?
Very much justified. Where there's no accountability, there's no recuse, there's no option for trial, there's nothing works.
No motivation.
No motivation, no incentives. So what am I working for? Let's just leave the system. After all, if I'm doing okay, then I'm just fine.
All right, that was a very brilliant analysis. In case you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at a very interesting topic, something that has to do with youth participation in politics. Is it a myth or is it a movement? We shall be going on a very important break now. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned. youth political consciousness in Nigeria, or nothing has changed?
Before the NSAS, I could tell you that the number of youth actively participating in politics were very few. In fact, look at Ukuru Post of Sowore, who is already close to his 60s. Then, after the NSAS protest, it was an eye-opener.
A revolution.
A revolution. A lot of people became interested. A lot of youth became interested in politics. Let's see how to push in individuals who are of that youthful age with that mentality to make sure that we want to fix
the country,
the system. First of all, it's not all about fixing the country. The system itself needs to be fixed. When you fix the system, the country will be fixed. And then for thanks to God, somebody came in the picture as at that time. Immediately Peter Obi sprang up, and then he has been there. But today there's one thing about the country. Somebody who is of a good character is hardly being pinpointed or touchlight. So immediately he sprang up, and they went through his background. Nigerians are very, very inquisitive. You just need 2-3 seconds, and then your details, everything about you. Let me deviate a little. There was this young boy from the north who claimed to be 30 years old, who was trying to push himself into the political. If you just few days after he came up, somebody came on and brought up his voters details and everything, and then he was just a 15 years old boy. So you just need, since that instance, you just need 2 seconds.
More like an identity scan.
Yes, in that instance, you just need 2 seconds for somebody to profile you, and then your details are added. So Mr. Obi came and he was profiled. And people of Nigeria is okay. Let's have to make sure that we push this man. They'll be pushing him up to. Since then, we've had one election cycle. A lot of youth sprang up. Take it the second time now. A lot of youth are now involved in different political parties. As we went for break, there was a young man who we were in the same campaign organization with the last election in Edo State. Okay. He's also dying, and he's a young man. So it was an eye-opener, and it's going to be even more and more developing and improving. More youth pushing him, because the earlier the better, because we can't just sit down and allow these ancestors to continue to rule us with the very archaic idea, just like I said earlier. Borrow for ourselves, borrow, fix our interests, borrow, finance everybody who is there to push your interests. Now, they also have discovered that this thing is gradually phasing out. They are also trying to fix their son, so they will continue influencing the system. Okay. I'll give you an example.
They're trying to make it a hereditary affair.
Yes. So, since they are trying to force it from us, okay, let's see how to force in our sons first. So, we will also be indirectly influencing the system.
And their sons also happen to be youths.
Yes. So, they are aware now that it is becoming is the time, there's no more time. Let's see how to make sure that while these people are pushing, let's also push in our sons and that. So what my encouragement is that no matter how it is, it's going to get to a point whereby these people will face that. And I'm praying that comes so that we see youth who are eager to fix the country. Because they know that if one of these people, the ringleader, is enthroned, first he is going to sanitize the system. Sanitizing the system is directly fixing the country. Because as being a president or whatever you call the shot, it's just for you to tell whatever it is in any parastatal or agency to say, let it be so accordingly, and it's going to be so.
Okay.
So you just need a person with that boldness, that courage, forgetting about interest from all corners, and fixing the country.
Okay, someone to take the initiative.
Yes. Many years ago, we are so relaxed. He's in the north. He's not going to get to the south. He's already at the southwest.
True. It seemed like an impossibility for power to even shift from the north.
Yes, he's in the southwest. Then now, when issue of insecurity also sprang up, he's in the north. Now he's in the southwest. We've not seen somebody who is good enough to call the show and say, okay, no matter what is it, no matter political interest that is undertone, we are going to fix this issue. Let's fix it. Remember, the more you paint a very dicey situation, the more the danger increase. And I will refer you back before I round up to the blessed memory, how he wanted to be, why, when he said to Shomole, having gone around this country, I discovered that we politicians are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. At any time it will explode. So I just say that it doesn't explode to a situation where that is not manageable before they realize that
it's indeed our earnest prayer, because if it explodes, definitely we're all going to be affected. Now let me ask you this, Satse, do you think that Nigerian youths are truly interested in governance, or they are just caught up in the election season?
My honest opinion is majority of us are not really interested.
Really? Yeah. So what do you make of all of these, passionate, should I say, activity in, politicking and all whatnot?
The real question is, how many in that percentage of people are actively trying to be administrators?
Okay.
What you see is a handful of people who wants to move with the trend.
Grab power.
They want to move with the trend.
Okay. They just want to be.
It's woke to be politically sensitive or conscious. It's woke to be participatory. It's woke to support a party. But when it's time for the real job to be done, where are these people?
Okay.
But we cannot deny the fact that at some point we try to show up. We're trying to do the things that needs to be done. But after that, whatness, and that's what these politicians have capitalized on. And that's why they said at one time that don't worry, leave a particular set of party that was trending, that look, the fire will phase out. They lose steam.
Okay.
But what are they seeing today? And they know that bulk of these people, bulk of us as youth, we are moved by the money.
Okay.
The two of us can be talking ideologies today, and when the money comes, you are somewhere else.
So you are implying that the bulk of the youths do not have genuine intention to change the system?
I don't have it, you don't have it. If somebody comes here and tells you, I'll give you 50 million today, support this party you claim to not like, before I open my eyes, we will know where to be found. That's just a sad reality, because like I said, first of all, we are tuned or akin to this I better pass my neighbor mentality. We just want to show off.
Unhealthy competition.
Unnecessarily. So it is not because we actually want to make a change, because if we are after making a change, then a lot of persons will be out there sacrificing themselves.
But is that really practically possible?
It is possible, because it has happened before. But let's not look at the point where people are victimized and all that. But it is a social construct, and this engineering has been done. It is so good that from every facet you want to look or observe, that they've done 100% a good job. So the law says you can contest, not too young to view, right? Now the door has been opened, but you open the door, you meet an empty space. There's nothing there for you to go. So you are almost misled to a quota where there's nothing available. Well, it's like you making hay here in the north, and the real deal is happening in the south. You see the distance. So whatever you're going to be doing here will never count. That is how they've engineered the system.
When you say they've engineered the system, who exactly are we talking about?
The young guys at the top. They know themselves. they call and we answer. Who are the unemployed? When they talk about the unemployed people of Nigeria, it is still the what?
The youth.
The youth. Who are the vices? The youth. So everything you want to consider happens more around the youth. And it's a very big problem. And I don't know as at today, how we are going to solve it, because the number of persons waiting, he was making a point where he said, the youth can get into the corridors of power and make a change. But my fear is, I've seen situations where the people these youth had once criticized, when they feel that finally got the opportunity to be there, they did worse. So it's a case of the number of persons in a queue waiting to become leaders, are even waiting to just be the next corrupt leader. Okay, so in a nutshell, you're saying that the youths don't necessarily have a problem with the system. They just have a problem with the fact that it's not their favor. It is not in their favor. That's why they want the change. Who are the fraudsters around? Who are the fraudsters I will talk about? Who are the internet fraudsters I will talk about here and there?
That's really disheartening, and it actually doesn't paint a good picture of the future. Now, let me ask you this, Williams. Why do you think many Nigerian youths are avoiding active participation in politics? Williams.
The issue, as I said, is as a result of the failure of the system. First of all, I said those ancestors are the old men who refuse to leave power, who are the ones who will tell you fix the so party ticket or yes, ticket for social amount.
Okay.
Imagine the presidential is 100 million, you get 200 million, 60 million, 40 million. You understand? And then that aside, then the process of also campaigning, a lot of things. So these are issues so mounted that they deliberately doing it so you get discouraged. It's not as if they don't want to.
Okay.
But because the system keeps on
recycling wrong people.
And while they are recycling it, they want to make sure that these people don't get. I'm coming. I'll give you an example. The same person that I was talking about as a governor who wants to become a senator and also at the other time become the Senate president. Somebody was there. Somebody is there as the Senate president. Immediately, he took some close senators to amend the rules.
All right, just hold that thought, Williams. I know you have a whole lot to say in that regard, but we have to go on a very important break. The program continues right after. Stay tuned. It's still Flipside Independent Television, and Williams was actually, trying to build on a certain thought before we went on that break.
Yes, so as I was saying, the issue, the barriers now, why the youth are shying away. So that's why I was trying to explain the barriers. So now, the governor, having declared interest, he has not finished his tenure, 8 years, has not finished it as being a governor. So you appear in council, they will screen you, go through all the accountability. So if you have any issue, EFCC will call you, another. He's not done with that. Immunity, is trying to seek another immunity, so you don't face scrutiny.
Yeah.
Then,
but whose responsibility is it to, ensure that he's scrutinized before moving on to, the next phase?
Is the security agencies, and then after an election cycle, after there's a governor officially elected, so there's not an officially elected governor in your state.
Okay, so he's still in charge.
So he's still in charge. So there's no reason why you're putting yourself to vie for another position. So now, seeing that, okay, the man there as the Senate president, seeing that this man is coming already challenging me to be the Senate president, who also wants to be the Senate president, he amended the rules. And then our Shomole, the dogged fighter, confronted him. 2 days later, and I said, okay, go and reverse the rules. He reversed the rules. These are the issues that they are making sure, systematically and gradually making sure that youth does not get into power. But I will continue to say, no matter how rigorous it is, I will continue to encourage youth, so far as you don't think that you want to be involved, that you say think that you want to get in power, to make sure that you fix the certain section that you are able to fix. Because this country is going to pass through a lot of phase. And the earlier the better the youth get involved, the good for us. The earlier the better. Because we pass through a lot of phase. Being a political scientist, I've told you, we said it, we sit down and calculate it. The country will pass through different phases. Different situations, different decisions, tough and easy ones will be made. Go and check all developed countries that you're talking about, the various continents that you're talking about. They all went through difficult, rigorous situations. A lot of people sacrifice their lives.
Just like Favor said.
Yes, so we are going to so for this issue, because it's like this does not mean that you discourage yourself and say no, I don't want to get involved. You sit down and continue to complain. You go online with your phone and start saying, why are you borrowing money? You are this old man. Are we going to continue like that? Are we going to continue being that? So no matter it is, if there are 10 million youths who are there, just like said, if there are 10 million youths who want to get involved, and then you are banking as okay, these people are still going to go there to be like the old people who are trying to face the way. Fine, but inside that 10 million, there are people who are still good. They are still going to fix to some certain extent. Now I'll give you an example. Talking about bringing somebody with that fearless attitude. Imagine Donata has put pen to paper of that 2014 confab. A lot of things in this country will not be debating them by now.
So that was on account of the lack of willpower.
Yes. So when I'm saying that we need somebody
to make the move, yeah.
Yes. And it comes with somebody who does not want to look at interests of whatever that is around him. We'll be having people who are looking at so concerned about the interests.
Parochial interests.
Yes. Look at the Burkina Faso leader, Traore.
Yeah.
He's making some tough decisions that leaders upon him have not been able to make. So we need somebody who will just come, no matter what it is, make the decision. And then let the country start from there. So just fix the country and then leave the rest and then let it start running, starting from somewhere. Because no matter how it is, we need to fix this country and we'll start from somewhere.
Of course, I totally agree with you. Thank you very much, Williams. That was a very good one. Now, Favor, do you think, because I would like us to examine the attitude of the youths towards the system, the process, do you think the political apathy that we see amongst young people is as a result of the disappointment at the polls in the past? Because there's an adage that says that only a madman keeps doing the same thing in the same old way and expects a different result. So do you think the political apathy we see amongst the youth is born out of the incessant disappointment that they experience at the polls, or that they experienced at the polls in times past?
Without any sentiment, it is a factor. It has contributed to the voter apathy we see. But if you want to critically evaluate the situation, you realize that how long have we pursued this? It's just about 2 election cycles, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Now, this is a problem that has taken longer. So, your 2 trial cannot make the change you're looking for.
Okay, you're saying that they've not tried enough?
We haven't started.
We've not made enough effort?
We have not even started. Okay, take for example.
Because if you consider the number of youths that put their lives on the line every election season, to try to exercise their franchise, and some even get, maimed, some get hurt in the process. Do you think it's right to say that we haven't started, or we haven't, done enough?
The problem, like we said, is systemic. So you cannot solve just a part of a problem and expect the whole body to be well. Okay. That is just one. Election is just one out of the whole problem we are facing.
Okay.
Because now, if you okay, take for example, there was a time some protest was held some few months, weeks back, and what were they protesting about? Fuel rising.
Hiking
fuel prices and all that. Now, you see the interesting thing. They went to block the Ugbowo-Lagos Expressway that you and I
cannot fly
on a normal day to go to work. And now, that is the same road the market woman that is going to the market that day would also go to look for her daily bread. They grounded.
So you are of the school of thought that the protest should be taken to the elites?
That is it.
Because I heard some person say that back then.
How do you explain that 2 of us are suffering because that man over there decided to make us suffer? You want to protest against that man.
You are punishing
me. Okay. And the man is watching the 2 of us in our penury suffer more. Does it make any sense? So I looked at the whole thing like, are these people even normal? What are they trying to do? The Mama Erosa now is supposed to go to market to look for.
They're making life even harder for her.
If Mama Erosa do not go to market today, it is guaranteed that she may not eat that night. Now you do that for 2 days, and you think Mama Erosa will be the one to open that road? Because that is not the problem. You said the priority is misplaced.
Misplaced priority.
So
okay.
Education first has to be, a lot of our orientation has to be done to say, okay, this is the right thing to do. We are making effort, but in what direction? Let's not confuse activity for progress.
Okay.
We can be active, but are we actually making progress?
Or is that the reality we're facing right now? Do you think Nigerian youths are just active without
active.
making any meaningful progress?
Active. Go on, even with the so-called election we are talking about. Do you know how many old women still come out with their wheelchair, walking stick to vote? But you see Nancy and Rebecca or Fosa and Co staging football match on the election morning in their area, and then Chinwe is only body on TikTok. These are the people we are talking about. So if, for example, you and I have done our bit, it does not reflect the holistic number of the people that are supposed to be out there. Because even these politicians, they know very well the power of numbers. And that's why if they want to start anything today, it's still the same youth they use to do their bidding.
All right. Thank you very much, Favor Sadzi. That was another very brilliant one. Now, Williams, do you think Nigerian youths are more active on social media than, you know, the actual grassroots political engagement that we expect?
Yes, it's a reality. It's a reality, and the earlier they realize, the better. Just like I've said, I've been in this for 8 years. There are 4 years directly and actively in it. I've studied and seen the system, that the discouragement that you hear and see is just there painted for you, so you don't want to get involved. So now those actively in social media are the ones who see that painted discouragement, painted activities for you, because there's really nothing they can do. They just that propaganda, push it, let them say what's there. The least they can do, they go to the social media, you complain and complain. That is where they want you to be. I will say, I will continue to say, I will dare to say, shift your attention from that.
Okay.
Put it on, put it down to the field, put it physical. Because they are consciously creating that distraction for you. For example, there have not been any months, any weeks that we are free from saga, but we are free from one trending topic or the other. These things are bound to happen. But
exactly. So I was going to ask, isn't that a reality that we can shy away from? As long as young people are active on social media, these things are inevitable.
Majority of the things you see are staged and calculated.
Oh, really?
Yes. They are staged and calculated. So it's funny how the earlier you realize that this thing may not be 100% true, let's not allow this thing to disturb us. Just like
you're saying that all of these sagas, all of these trends on social media are calculated,
engineered
to keep you there.
It's engineered.
Now, just like I said earlier, they've printed a propaganda, printed a picture. It's difficult. If you get in, you will not win. This will not happen. This is what we do. They are there. So whatsoever bad things you want to hear about politics, propaganda, they paint it.
Painted a negative light of the political.
Yes, they painted it, and they want that. So they did not create a side distraction. So this is like a consolidation to this distraction. So they pushing money for that. And like just I said, remember there was another flip side we said about issue one. I forgot the topic, and I told you that since after the 2020 answers, they discovered that okay, they've been losing on social media grants because it all started from social media, and they could not trace the direct sponsors and the head of the protest. So they said, okay, the best thing to do, let's create our own. So they've created their own minions, create their own. The more, so that it's like go to X, go to X. They've created so the banter. Let's give it there. Let it be hot.
Just to engage the youth negatively.
So direct distraction, not an indirect. A direct distraction. So I would dare to say, take your attention from that. This that we are shying away from, that you are complaining here. Look at where it's being done. Bring your attention to this place. Get involved. Because the earlier you get involved, the better for you, because that pressure there is meant for you to just come relax. Let's see what you have achieved so far. Okay. It's not there for us to complain. Yes, it's good to, but it's not the majority. It's not like the hundreds to complain.
All right.
So the earlier the better. Take your attention. This is where it's happening. Be in this place. Focus here. No matter how long. He said it's just 2 election cycles. Yes, fine. But let's go on stage. Let's go on stage and let's do research and see the achievement unpronounced. Just like the people have been saying. If this man that we're talking about, if it was not that traveled, he has not traveled, his name has not traveled, his connect, his negotiation has not that traveled, but he was able to master vote. And then somebody said, it is only the people who are there who tell you the actual vote that this man scored. All right. That the youth are actually following. So put your attention, no matter if it's 2 election cycles, let's do, before we do 20, before we do 10, before we do 8, watch it. And the more we achieve, they should also understand that whoever youth that is pushed, and you get into access and power, it is not because of your personal interest. It is for the betterment of the people, the masses who stay from you. And remember, you will always be there. This is social media will be there. You will come back again, and you also meet them.
All right. Thank you very much, Williams. That was also very interesting. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. It's time for our very final break on the show, and when we return, it will be time to wrap things up on the program. Please stay tuned. It's great to have you back. Now, let me ask you, Favor. Let's examine the Nigerian political parties. Do you think they genuinely create space for young people, or these young people are just tools in their hands to win elections, and then when the elections are over, they discard them like tissue?
If they come to say they genuinely create spaces or slots for people as head administrators, they will be talking with both sides of their tongue. That's because, how do you explain, first of all, you're having to buy the ticket and it's so expensive? Where would I find that kind of money? That's one. Then two, I think they are also more interested in making these people, after their work as per campaign, whatever, as SSAs. And what they call senior special advisor and special advisors. Yeah. That's the best we get.
And then aides too.
And aides. Then they give you one appointment if you are lucky. It's so bad that the youth have even accepted that they cannot be what they want to be.
Just like Williams was trying to say.
Yes. So we've decided to settle for what is available, the crumbs that are available. Because you even want to show interest. The governor will tell you, calm down, there's somebody that position has been reserved for, it's not your turn. So when will it get to my turn?
When will it get to your turn? All right, Williams, as we begin to wrap up now, because time is really not on our side, in the next 10 years, because I like to speak futuristically, right? In the next 10 years, do you think youth participation will redefine Nigerian politics or remain more myth than movement?
Okay, let's make it 16. So I'm talking about election cycle.
All right.
Because it's all about politics. Yes, it will. It will increase. It will increase. It will be more of a phase, because.
But what are the parameters? What are the pointers?
I'll give you the pointers. As long as this country will become difficult, become suffocating, will become more tight, or whatever we call it, I think that's enough. Is enough for you to make sure that no, we don't need to sit down. We need to get involved. Just like I said earlier, No matter what discouragement you are seeing, okay, they just use you. It is of an achievement of starting from somewhere and becoming whatsoever you are giving, and then stay there. Use that place. Show yourself. Show your capacity. Use that place to be like a stepping stone to another.
Okay.
No matter what it is, if you get discouraged, you will fall down. If you get encouraged, you will keep on climbing. Just like I said, go and put your lens. Look at the system critically. You will know that it does not necessarily mean that you need to be the figure man to push the change. And that's what we are trying to do now, currently. That's what we are trying to phase out currently. We are trying to make sure that, just like you said, the education is going on.
Okay.
Yes. We are trying to look at that. You don't need to be doing this too much eye service. Forget about it. Focus on what we are called for to do. Fix it. Because take it or leave it. It's not always the figure that is the cause that fix a lot of things.
Affects the change.
It's the people around that affect the change.
Okay.
And we've also discovered that even the figure, most times, is even interested in changing, but because the people around are majorly the problem.
Okay, so you are actually positive and optimistic.
Yes,
that
it is going to increase.
Okay.
16 years is going to increase, and even more better than the way it is now.
I like your spirit. I actually do hope and wish that we all share the same enthusiasm. Now, let me ask you, finally, right? This is the final moment of the show. What's your advice for young people out there who have lost steam and who have lost interest in the entire process? In less than a minute, Favor.
Make yourself valuable. Stay out of corruption personally, because the change we require cannot show in the country except it is individual. So if I make myself good, the country will be good.
Amazing. I like the allusion to corruption, because I think that's one of the major challenges that we have. Okay, you can't change anything if you're not different from the system, right? And I totally agree with you. Williams, do you share the same sentiment?
It's as simple as that. That's what we are trying to fight.
All right.
And I want him to also get involved that it is not, if there are 100, it is not all the 100 that are corrupt. But I know there are corrupt youths. I know, for sure. I've been in the system actively 8 years. I know that there are corrupt youths.
There are corrupt youths.
But we will be aware that the more corrupt you are, the more difficult this country and the more into danger this country will be.
All right. Well, in my own final analysis, I'm just going to summarize what both of them have said. Be the change that you want to see. Because it's not just enough to sit back in your comfort zone and expect things to change. If you want meaningful changes in the society, in the system, blaze the trail. Be that person that you want every other person to be. Because if your goal is to, become or grab power and become like the politicians that you are criticizing, then you're just a hypocrite and nothing is going to change. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to the gentleman in the house, Favor Sadzi, a social impact commentator. Thank you very much for being on the show. And of course to Williams Ejai, a.k.a. Williams Talks.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, it's been Flipside on Independence Television. I want to say a big thank you to every single one of you out there for riding with us from the very start till this moment. Well, it's been an amazing show. My name is Harry Aigbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blessed day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You will say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. It's not very you not over. Yes. You not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? My dear. It's comment c'est papa de voici nous irons ça m'a topé Sama tope. Isa. Waya di ma pome sama me. Igaro we. Waya di ma pome sama me. Igaro we. Wabu me pome gbidejo. Igaro we. Wabu me pome sama me. Igaro we.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I've ever
said. Papa.
Caliber was in a couple of them. Who paid you? Upedio.
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lolote nete dirwe ya sewa. Awe uwe nini. John, but Jonah will. Jonah Polo, Jonah Nuria, why we go back? But John Way, Kaja didn't I had the way. Why we go at the winner, no matter look
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonyoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ogba Masquerade Dance, acrobatic cultural dance, originated from the Gala people of Kogi State, Nigeria. Historically, this masquerade dance is used during the rites of passage as the masquerade display its energetic dance, which is deeply tied to ancestral veneration and serves as a vibrant expression of religious cultural heritage. This Ogba masquerade dance is viewed as manifestation of deities and ancestral spirits. The masquerade performance requires immense agility and strength, featuring rhythmic, well-rehearsed body movements that are guided by traditional drums and gongs for performance. This Ogba masquerade dance has evolved into a popular cultural exports showcased of festivals, burials of noble individuals and community events across various regions of Nigeria. The dancers typically wear brilliant, distinct attire to embody the spirit of the masquerade, while thrilling audience with their impressive footwork. For a closer look at the energetic footwork and traditional rhythms that makes up Ogba masquerade performance.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are currently at the market to know the current price of beans here in the market. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and I'm going to be taking you through the market to get to know the current price of beans here in the market. And we are currently at Lagos Street, Benin City, to get to know the current price of beans. So come with me as we get to know it. Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade in Benin City. On this edition of Market Survey, we are looking at the current price of beans. But before we delve into that, let's get to understand the production process. The production of beans, particularly common variables like cowpea, which is widely consumed in Nigeria, begin with careful land preparation and selection of suitable soil. Beans grow best in well-drained, sandy loam soil, and farmers typically clear the land, remove weed, and sometimes apply organic manure to improve soil fertility before planting. Planting usually takes place at the beginning of the raining season to ensure adequate moisture for the germination. Although in some regions, irrigation may be used during dry period. Farmers select healthy seeds, often improved or hybrid variables, to ensure better yield, pest resistance, and shorter maturity period. The seeds are planted at appropriate spacing to allow proper growth, and within a few days to a week, germination occurs and the seedlings begin to emerge. As the beans grow, they require consistent care and management. Weeding is essential during these early stages to reduce competition for nutrient, sunlight, and water. Farmers also monitor for pests such as pod borers and beetles, as well as diseases like blight, which can significantly reduce yield if not controlled. To manage these threats, a combination of traditional method and modern agricultural inputs such as pesticides, and herbicides may be used. Fertilizer application, though not always necessary due to beans' ability to fix, can still enhance productivity when used approximately. The growth period typically lasts between 60 to 90 days, depending on the variety, after which the plant begins to flower and form pods. Harvesting is done when the pods turn dry and brown, indicating that the beans inside are matured. Farmers either uproot the entire plant or pluck the pod directly. After harvesting, the pods are dried further under the sun to reduce moisture content, which helps prevent spoilage during storage. Threshing follows, where the beans are separated from the pods, either manually or mechanically. The beans are then cleaned, sorted, and sometimes graded based on size and quality. Proper storage is critical at this stage. Beans are kept in dry, well-ventilated spaces or stored in bags with protective measures against pests such as weevils. In some cases, preservatives or airtight storage technologies are used to extend shelf life before the beans are transported to market for sales. The current price of beans in Nigeria reflects a combination of production challenges, supply chain dynamics, and broader economic condition. Over the past years, the price of beans has experienced a noticeable increase, making it one of the more expensive staple food in the country. Several factors contribute to this trend, starting with the cost of production. Farmers are facing higher expenses due to increased price of input such as seeds, fertilizers, and agrochemical. Additionally, insecurity in key agricultural regions, especially in northern part of Nigeria, area where beans are largely produced has reduced farming activities and limited access to farmland. This has led to lower overall production, which directly impacts supply in the market. Transportation and logistics also play a significant role in determining the final price of beans. The cost of fuel has risen substantially, and since agricultural produce must be transported from rural farming areas to urban markets, these costs are passed on to customers. Poor road infrastructure further complicates distribution, increasing the risk of delays and spoilage. Market middlemen, who act as intermediaries between farmers and consumers, also influence pricing by adding their margins. As a result, the price of beans varies across different markets, with urban centers often experiencing higher prices compared to rural areas due to increased demand and additional transportation costs. From a demand perspective, beans remain the highly essential food item because of their nutritional value, especially as a source of protein. With the rising cost of meat and other protein sources, many households rely heavily on beans, which further drives demand. This increased demand combined with limited supply creates upward pressure on price. Seasonal variation also affect pricing. During harvest period, price may drop slightly due to increased availability, but they tend to rise again during off-season months when supply dwindles.
If you are just tuning in, it is Market Survey on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notoriua, and I'm taking you through the market to get to know the current price of beans here in the market. Stay tuned. From how you take the buy beans before and now, has the price gone up or are they still affordable?
Though it's affordable, it has gone up a little bit compared to before. Like the red one we used to buy is around 80, but now the price has gone up a bit. But right now we are buying it at the rate of 195. So the local beans same amount, but now it's around 100, 115. White some sell 110 as well. Then the other white one same thing. So almost little bit difference of prices, but it's a bit higher than before. So the rubber of the red one is around 2,700, while the white one is 2,600.
So how much, like what's the lowest amount that you bought beans, the rubber?
The lowest I bought is around 2,000. Okay. But as it is now, it's a bit high compared to then what we used to sell like 4,000. Yeah. But it now got down, but now it's up a bit, but not as much as the way it used to be. Yeah.
How big is they for market now? It don't come down.
See, come down some more. Yes. Don't would they say 100,000 now? They sell 90,000. Okay. So they say 95 for the price what we get now. See they come down some more. So
now the different type of beans, how much until they sell?
We get a local beans. That one with the seller 2 each. Yes. So the brown one, we see the seller 2.7. Okay. We get Olanyiwa with the seller 2 each. Okay. White one, now different type we get. We see get Abuja beans. Okay. We see the set that one 2.7. Iron beans 2 each. So now that one we even get the Niger sale. So the Niger would say that one 2.6, 2.5. Now different price.
So how much now they carry a bag of brown beans before and now?
Before they carry 110, but now they sell 100,000.
Okay. What about white beans?
White beans, that one would say 100. Abuja, we even the sell 95. So that kind of beans, they sell 95, but now 90.
So you get away be say beans stay they cheap.
Yeah, now to the time where the new one come out, okay. Now that time they cheapest. But now the dry season, so you see, they move again. Oh. You see, it stay one place. They go up. They come down.
So motor money see they affect the price. See they affect how they sell the beans.
Yes, as sometimes they put price for transport. Before they pay 5. but now it reach 6.5. Now that one they affect the price of transport.
So if transport cheap, now if you say beans go cheap, the price go reduce.
It was cheap. As anything one person will tell you, he will talk about transport. So that why even the cost all this thing, even the best for that one. More we see the big government may when they look that one for.
So now this beans, now you know say many people they buy and many people for us. How they go say preserve and may last?
That one Sunday they use something where they kiss small and where they enter. So Sunday just they keep her like that, but now different medicine they used to put. Sunday they tie up a rack, but Sunday they put her for inside the beans. Okay. But that one the one way you go tape for ground. Now that one you go they do it like that.
How much now they buy a bag of beans now for market?
You know, say this year we tell go say beans you know the day like that 2 years they only pass. Now the bag you never reach 100,000 now. Early brown beans now they reach 100,000. That Oloka they reach 115. So that white beans now is still many different one. The highest beans 95. This year we tell go say everything they cheap. Now only small bag for rice now it don't go up.
So compared to how they sell last year, now it's cheap as last year.
Now this year is cheap as last year now. Last year it don't pass 100,000. This year it never reach.
So how much you can't they sell the rubbers?
Rubber it never pass 2006 or 2007. The highest one now be 2007 now. You know say we don't go for this year.
So which beans be the highest beans?
Iron beans. Or the highest beans. Now honey beans. Now honey beans now be highest price now.
How much be the bag and how much the rubber?
The bag they reach 105. Some they sell 110. Rubber they sell 28.
You get the season where be say beans stay they cheap.
Yes, no, any now God will not be say they get season the one they cheap. They get season the one never cheap. And you know say this year now, no beans many, but you got then say person. You know they deal like this. You understand?
So transport first they affect the price.
Nine be the wahala now. Before they carry you know go pass 5,000. Now they say 6,000 something now for transport. Now they chop the money now. Yes.
So you believe say if transport fare come down, the price will come down?
Maybe you know say now God, no be me no. Now God now you know tomorrow. Nobody can know tomorrow. You understand? Yes. Now that one.
So these beans now person where they buy and many they keep for us. How you go take preserve and make all those ants not enter?
You know say no be for here they do more. Now for the other one now. Yeah. Now no be for here. They put them for inside solopin. They put them for solopin. If you put them for solopin, you know they enter. If you leave it like that, you go enter. You understand as well.
But what if you put them inside rubber?
They know they put anything now. They go put them solopin, you tie and put them. No, if you want put them, go put them for inside room. That room the only one put them, you know go open her. You know go open her. If you open her now, breach enter. And that one and you go enter. If you, that one you know go open her. Anytime you open her on that one, you want sell her now.
So how much you take buy and before how much they buy and now for rubber?
But when I buy, but I did not remember the one I buy last, but December time. But this particular one now, I bought a honey bees. That is 2,750. Say the other white one, 2,400. This one, 2,500.
So now I don't
three type. But now it dey okay. It dey okay.
Overall, the beans market currently reflects a classic case of high demand meeting constrained supply, leading to elevated prices. For consumers, this means adjusting pricing habit or seeking alternatives, while for farmers and investors, it presents an opportunity to increase production and improve supply chain efficiency. Long-term solutions such as improved security, better farming techniques, government support, and enhanced storage systems could help stabilize prices and ensure consistent availability in the market. From the findings gathered during the market survey, it is evident that while the price of beans has experienced fluctuation in recent times due to various economic and production factors, it remains relatively fair within the current market structure. Traders and retailers have adjusted their pricing in response to the cost of transportation, storage, and sourcing from farming regions. Yet, there is a noticeable effort to keep beans within reach for the average consumer. The pricing shows a level of consistency that suggests a balance between supply challenges and consumer demand rather than excessive and exploitative pricing practice. Furthermore, when compared to other sources of protein available in the market today, beans continue to stand out as a more affordable and accessible option for many households. Despite the gradual increase in cost, it still provides significant nutritional value at a price point that many families can manage, especially in urban centers where food expenses are generally higher. Consumers interviewed during the survey expressed that although they have noticed the price increase, they still consider beans a necessity and worthwhile purchase due to its versatility and importance in daily meals. The overall assessment of the market indicates that the current price of beans, although higher than the previous years, can still be regarded as fair and relatively affordable given the prevailing economic condition. The market reflects a system that is adjusting to challenges while still striving to meet the needs of consumers. As such, beans remains not only a staple food item but also a cost-effective choice that continues to play a vital role in household nutrition and food security.
So far, we've gotten to understand that the current price of beans is quite affordable now in the market compared to how it was sold previous years ago. So now it is affordable and people can now buy compared to how much they purchased it last year. And that's it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.